welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys doing tonight? I hope everyone had a good week. I'm probably gonna jump straight into this because I'm super excited to start not start speedrunning this. I've done 3 runs timed. It says 5. I don't believe that. I don't think I actually did 5 runs. I think I did like 3. I did a bunch of practice runs that weren't timed. Mostly because I'm fairly confident I can get sub-hour, and I didn't want to do that off-stream. I figured I could just wait and do that on stream, so I stopped timing it eventually. Let me see. Pixels? Extra pixels, because I saw that we have over 5 likes already, which is incredible. It's 10 to... unlike Mega Man 7, which is what we ran 2 weeks ago. This doesn't have a huge... It does have an opening cutscene, but it's not unskippable. So, we go and skip that. So I might as well catch up with chat before we do anything there. Not catch up with chat, but greet chat properly. So, JMT, Caleb, Volpe, Guy, Scarlet, Jack. How you guys all doing? It's good to have you. Let me see, I did pixels already. Anyone else that might be lurking about, it's good to have you as well. And Caleb, you asked what happened to JMT's Emerald. The month ran out. A lot of people, myself included, will turn off auto-renew on YouTube subscriptions. Which, I don't know, it just makes sense. Especially because I just took off for a week, so who wants to pay for that, right? Like, you were paying for nothing if your renewal came up on, like, Monday. You know what I mean? So it's understandable. That and, you know, finances are tight this year, so I totally understand that. And Volpe, you ask why this game? Because I love this game. I love this. I adore Mega Man X4. As I started speedrunning it, I think I'm actually starting to like it even more, which is super cool. I was a little worried that it was going to be the same as Mega Man X1, where I was going to start trying to speedrun it, and I was going to be like, oh, I hate this. But no, this one I started learning the route, and I was like, I think I like this more than I did before, which is super cool. I was gonna grind out level 40 in Fall Guys over my week off. I only played it like one night. I don't remember what night that was. Might have been like Monday. I don't know, I drew all week. Like, I unlocked my limiters and I just drew constantly. It was a fantastic week, to be honest. I'm definitely doing this next, like, every GDQ, if not more frequently. It was really nice to just unplug for a week and not have to worry about anything at all. Just turn off my alarm, all that good stuff. So I might even try to pace it out and do it like 4 times a year. Because GDQ is twice a year, so definitely want to do it for that. But I might also, to stick with the speedrunning terminology, route in 2 other breaks too. I'm super thirsty for some reason. From what you've heard, a lot of people like this one the best. I don't know, I haven't heard that many people talk about X4. It's usually X1, 2, and 3 that I hear people talking about. Yeah, from what I've played of Fall Guys since that last update, it seems like Royal Fumble's like a severe rarity now, which is really nice. That'll probably help my opinion of the game by a long shot. I probably won't play it again until Thursday. That's the next time we're gonna stream it. I don't think I'll make time to run it, to play it before then. But maybe. I don't know. Well, I need to talk to Twain about if we're doing anything this week, and if we are, what are we doing? If, because we might play Fall Guys on Wednesday. If we don't speedrun. I think he wants to do Fall Guys. I don't think he wants to... I don't know, we might speedrun? I might talk him into, hey, let's just sit down and do Awakening and just run through the route and just learn it. Because I have to relearn it, because it's been so long since I played it, that I was kind of like, I'm gonna have to relearn it anyway, right? So, I don't know, I gotta talk to him about that and find out what we're doing. So yeah, might play Fall Guys on Wednesday and Thursday. And hey, View, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I know that you're, well, I don't know if you're planning on playing it, but I was encouraging you to, so, I mean, you know, it's a Mega Man game, there's not too many spoilers to worry about. I'm also doing X, not 0, so plot's a little different, and we skip all the cutscenes, so, you know, you're not gonna get any of the plot, but it's still understandable. Also, 0 doesn't really abide by, weakness order, so you wouldn't even necessarily have that spoiled. But still, I get it, don't worry about it. Oh yeah, I was gonna try to make time to start watching Korra last week. I was so glued to GDQ that I just never found the time for it, sadly. Something I don't like... Yeah, it's alright. Something I don't like about running this is I have to go in and reset my controls every single run. It's kind of unfortunate. I was trying to pop into Fall Guys at least once a day to check out what was in the store, and I even stopped doing that. Mostly because I started practice running this, and I didn't feel like switching consoles around, because I do have this on Switch, not on PS4. I just didn't feel like switching inputs around just to check the store really quick in Fall Guys, so I just kind of stopped. Hey Riley, how's it going? Anyone else who may have popped in these past couple minutes. Something I really like about Sundays is I feel like... I know I'm downplaying myself here, but there's not that many other people streaming, which usually means that the beginning minutes of the stream are typically more populated with viewers, which makes for a good environment where I can just kind of sit down and just chat with you guys for like 10 minutes and just kind of see how everyone's doing. That's something I really like about Sundays. Yeah, it's understandable, View. There's only, like, one boss difference, I think, between the two characters. And, like, they don't get different stages or anything, so... I was actually gonna try to learn the 0 route, too, but I didn't manage to find any time for it, so... I kind of want to route it myself. I don't know, I'm gonna keep working on this route for a little bit more first. Okay, so, But hey, you can still lurk and enjoy this and enjoy the music. This game isn't super heavy on like bangers. It's more of like a chill groove soundtrack. It's still really nice, but it's not like X1, 2, and 3 where it's all this metal shit where you're like, wow, listen to this. This is crazy. It's got bops. We could say it has bops. All right, let me let's go. First run. So yeah, time starts when you pick your character. Skip the first cutscene because we don't care. So the first thing that's really interesting about this run to me, about this game to me, is that if you just hold the dash button and jump, it's always a dash jump. You don't even have to dash first. It's just, you just hold it and jump, and you just go. It's crazy. I don't think the other X games work like that. X5 and 6 might, but 1, 2, and 3 don't. Oops. Damage doesn't really matter here. We just have to get here, and then we go. Hey, Lightgazer, how's it going? So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of movement in this. that's based on just holding dash and just jumping. Oh no, I messed up. There we go. And the big reason they do the movement like this is because X has end lag on his ground dash. So he actually moves faster if you're jumping constantly. And yeah, you're gonna just have to get used to hop, 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 hop. Another thing you're gonna be seeing a lot for these first couple bosses, at least, is the half charge. Because it does higher deeps. Especially for this guy and Magma Dragoon, because they have less iframes than the other bosses for some particular reason. Now we get to meet Colonel. Colonel, if you will. You think you found out who your troll is in Jackbox, but problem is, how do you punish a random viewer who simply doesn't care? Yeah, because when it comes to Jackbox, you can't even just ban them and call it a day, because they can still, see the code on stream, right? The only thing you can do is just not show the code on stream ever. And yeah, View, that's why I think you'll like this game so much, because it's super anime. In, the best ways. Those things have weird hitboxes, as you may have just been able to tell, as I walked through the fire with no consequences. So I guess it's also worth pointing out, this is 100%. Which is why the first couple bosses we do, the order's a little weird. Because we want to cut back on backtracking as much as we can. This is the only stage we're going to backtrack, actually. And you can actually fight Magma Dragoon with the mech. We're not going to do it because it's slow. That's how speedruns go. But it's a neat thing you can do. Oh no. That's oh no. Yeah, sometimes he still gets the jump on me. He's hard. Yeah, I heard, one of the runs I watched of this to learn the route was a GDQ run. They didn't run it this event, but one of the commentators said, this is the reason why X doesn't still have the Hadoken and the Shoryuken from X1 and X2. Dragoon stole them. Oh god. He's baiting me hard with that kick. Oh no. Oh. Dude. He's being very, very aggressive right now. Alright, get out of here. There's 3 bosses we have to fight with the Buster, and he's pretty tough, and Storm Owl is like the gatekeeper of the run. I missed the skip. JMT, you got a 30-37 on Mega Man 1 the other day. You're getting real close to sub 30. That's real good. Should talk to Twain about doing a race of it some night. I feel like, unless, like, I guess you'd know better than I would, because, like, sure, that's a PB, but there's also, like, consistency to think about. Oh god, I'm bad. I don't know if you can consistently get it within 30 minutes, but... Or even, like, under 40. And hey Mike, how's it going? So we just got the boots. These allow us to do 2 things. We can air dash, which is the important thing. And then we have a hover thing that we're never gonna use except for, like, the final boss. Because it's just not good. Well, I use it on Colonel, actually. Every now and then. Whoa, that was weird. Oh, I don't like this part. That's fine. Ladders have weird hitboxes in this. I think it's that they're way bigger than the hitboxes are, like visually. So it looks like you can grab them from real far away. You can't. You just can't. Ready. Oh no. Get down there, man. Do the thing. We don't even need that. It's fine. Alright, so the big reason we do Dragoon first is so we can get this heart tank. A hover that we're never going to use, but rest assured the game is going to use it for us when we at least need it. Yes. You'll see me use it accidentally more often than I intentionally use it. That is accurate. Oh. Almost. Ooh. Casually, this is the guy I always started with. I think most people casually start with either Spider or Dragoon. He has a gives birth at you attack. Worth pointing out. Oh no. You do not want to get hit by that because it does a ton of damage, as you probably just noticed. I fucked up that shot. Get out of here. I keep missing that. Like, if you mash that quickly enough, you can skip the voice clip. I'm just failing at it repeatedly. And now, as I said, this is the gatekeeper of the run, in my opinion. Doing Storm Owl with just your Buster is hard as fuck. It's more lively than the others. There's basically just city robotic shit, but this is way cooler. I can see what you mean. This isn't the only game that does that, though, for sure, but I can see what you mean, still. Fuck that up pretty hard. So this is actually a trickier area than it might look. Oh no, that's okay. Cause the charge, like the charge shot thing that mech has, if you stand on the ground while charging for more than like a second, it freezes in place. So you really have to keep moving there, or you just lose a bunch of time. That was one of the things I had a lot of trouble with learning. So this is the Buster upgrade. There's 2 Buster upgrades in this game. We take the less interesting one, which is kind of unfortunate, but I learned from watching the speedrun that the other shot is bad. The other shot is like, you shoot a small moon at the target, and it's kind of fucking epic. Looks amazing. It's just a good fun time in general. And it leaves behind a little, like, plasma thing whenever it hits a target, and that continues to do damage. But it only does 1 hit point of damage, and it causes iframes, so it's super slow. Meanwhile, this thing, you can charge up multiple shots and keep them stored. Which is pretty good. Ow. That's fair. Oh no. It's, like, deceptively difficult to get up on top of this thing, which is part of what makes this fight so difficult for me, at least. Because you try to sneak in shots like that, and then you mess up getting back up on top. Damn it. I still hit him somehow. I'm not sure how. I'm just gonna take it. Fuck. This is not what you want to see. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. He has this one attack where he goes into the center of the screen and shoots out those, like, wind things in, like, an X pattern and then spins them. If he does that, he does a ton of damage. Everything he does a ton of damage. And that in particular is, like, it's not super difficult to dodge, but it's very hard to weave shots in and actually deal damage to him while he's doing it. So you want to avoid having him ever do that. Oh yeah, Scarlet, you bring up an interesting point. We actually do run this in in English, because in Japanese, like Mega Man 8, the bosses have voice clips before you start to fight them. And you have to wait for that clip to, like, finish playing before the fight starts. So it just adds a couple extra seconds to every boss fight. For whatever reason, they decided not to translate those, I guess. I always forget what that thing does. This is 100% though, so we need it. I think it makes it so that when you get a game over, you come back with more lives. You start with 4 lives instead of 2. I think that's what it does. We're not gonna game over to actually find out what it does. This boss sucks. But as you might have seen on the mid-boss in Storm Owl's stage, Rising Fire Charged does a fuckload of damage if you hit with it, like, just right. I did not hit with it just right. There we go. You have to hit it, like, while the boss is going upward. Also, shoutouts to Chill Penguin there in the back. Frozen in ice. So yeah, I mentioned this is 100%. There's the obvious items we have to get, and then there's perhaps the unobvious ones. There's a heart tank in every stage. We have to get all the armor. But there's the weapon tank. We got that weird... I don't even know what that thing's called. And there's 2 energy tanks. There's one in Stingray's stage and one in Peacock's stage. I'm not very good at this section. The one speedrun I watched was pretty amazing, because they kind of got through it. Like, they ignored all the enemies and still managed to get through before those swan things froze the whole area over. I don't know how they do it. And yeah, you can see, due to that 4-minute gold on Storm Owl, that, yeah, in the runs I did time, he was a problem. Oh, no. Okay, we're good. My phone lit up in the middle of that. You are correct, Mike. I caught what you were saying, but I was also like, I think I've seen that. I've heard this bit before. It's still funny, but I missed the split. So now we're more or less on the weakness cycle. We have to go fight Colonel first, though. Ready. Which is why we did Frost Walrus, because Colonel's weak to Frost Tower.
Show me what you've got.
Fun fact, only X has to fight him here. Zero gets a cutscene of fighting him instead. Therefore, Zero's run is probably just, like, a couple minutes faster, just because he doesn't have to do this fight. Yeah, sometimes I'll use the hover there, because it's like a free dodge. He just can't hit you. Oh, baby. Oh, no. That was not bad. That's not bad. Okay, I was for her to go next. Stingray. I lied. You fight four Mavericks with the Buster. Because fighting Stingray with Frost Tower is actually super slow. Because it freezes him in place, and then he just kind of sits there for like 5 seconds. Before he unfreezes, and then he flies away. Then you have to wait for him to come back onto screen, and then hit him again, so he freezes and just sits there, and yeah, it's not a fun time, so we're just not gonna do that. Heart tank. Hopefully I don't fuck up the E-tank. Getting the E-tank in this stage is kind of a pain in the ass. I think I figured out a more consistent way of doing it, I just didn't have time to practice it. Have you seen Marine bases in the year 21XX, Mike? Yeah, I still died. That's usually the difficult part, is the dismount. For some reason, I just, like, die a lot there. I think I have another idea how to get through that more consistently, though. Usually I try to jump and just dash so that he just kind of flies through there and just does everything he needs to do. But usually when I do that, he falls right behind that one pillar, and then I just immediately die. It's like a perfect setup to die. I'm not sure how I hit him and killed him, but I'll take that. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that, and then we're just gonna do that. That should work. That should work. Thankfully, they just give you full health at the end of this, too, so you don't even have to worry about taking a lot of damage. We just have to hope he does that a lot. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see dives. He's the Storm Eagle of this game. I realize that there's also a Storm Owl, and you probably think he's the Storm Eagle of this game, but no. It's this one. Ooh, no, I didn't charge. Look, he's even got Storm Tornado. That was a very clean fight, though. I'm very satisfied with that. He didn't dive once. That was a 0 dive. Good shit. Good shit. Did lose some time due to the death, but it's okay. So yeah, he kind of like, he has that cycle where you guys will see it later because we're gonna run this more than once tonight for sure. Where he kind of like, so he came down and shot the rays and then took off. Sometimes he'll come down and he'll just immediately dive. He'll just immediately take off, and he'll do that like 4 times in a row, just arbitrarily, and there's nothing you can do about it. Damn, that's a lot of health. Good, start filling up that tank. I think the last run I did of this, I didn't even need to use a sub-tank, like, at all. So that bodes well, but it's nice to have at least one of them full for the final boss. Alright, let's see if I can do this boss quickly. I'm betting not. But let's see what happens. That's a no. Okay, that was not terrible. Ideally, the Rising Fire will take out both of the first two pistons, or whatever the fuck you want to call them. I've only had it happen once, though, so I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or if it's, like, chance. Oh, no. You need to back off, dude. Well, thank you. He just wanted me to have a little extra safety, I guess. I don't know why I always thought you had to blow up that train to get that heart tank. I think it just sits on top of it. I always thought it was inside the train and you had to destroy it. Yikes. Hey Harv, how's it going? And Paul, how's it going? This is one of the bosses that in this game that has the pattern of inevitable defeat, as I like to call it. He's pretty free. Him and Split Mushroom. I guess Cyber Peacock's pretty free too. But a little less free because you got a little bit of RNG in there. The R on the train is for Rockman. No, the R is for Replifors. They are the antagonists, kind of. This game has an interesting plot, honestly. Oh, it's backtrack time. 'Cause, like, these guys aren't really bad guys. They're, like... If I recall correctly, it's more of a... They're fighting for, like, Reploid rights, aren't they? So they're not really bad guys, but then, you know, a certain someone gets into their heads and kind of makes them bad guys. Whoop. Huh, sometimes a meteor drops there and just snipes me. That's not what I wanted to do. These things are actually very difficult to jump over. Alright, so that's our one backtrack stage done. Oh, you're totally addicted to Fall Guys now, and you blame me. Oops. I actually haven't played it, like, all week. I was mentioning that earlier. I think I played it, like, Monday of my week off. Then I was too glued to GDQ to, like, really play anything. Oh, that bat's really persisting. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, that was a little uncomfortable. I'm gonna try to get the skip here too, by the way, but it is hard to do. Or at least I don't fully know how to do it just yet. Maybe it's not difficult, maybe I'm just bad. Totally valid. Hey, I got it. So, you can bypass the trigger for this boss somehow? I'm not totally sure how you do it, aside from that. And then you can just leave. It'd be like later. I don't know how it works. It's one of those tricks that's so easy that I saw a runner do it, and I was like, I can probably do that. And I tried it and it worked, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm only like 50-50 on it though, sometimes it doesn't work, so there must be something very specific you have to do there. Ooh, that was a little uncomfortable. But we okay? Oh no. Okay, we're fine. That got ugly though. Hey, auto-scroller. Hey, Twain. Fuck those guys. Those things are surprisingly durable for annoying little turrets that just shoot at you. There's a crazy skip here, and I don't know how to do it. You have to, like, climb... I don't know. You climb up here early in some way, and it, like, warps you into the boss room, and you just skip that in between. I don't know how to do that, though. So if you shoot... You guys have seen me use the web as, like, a makeshift wall, right? If you shoot it close enough to the screen border here, you don't have to wait for it to despawn because it never spawns. And you can just do that. I don't know. I don't think mushrooms do count as animals. No, neither do sponges or onions, for that matter. Every other X game has a Maverick that's totally not an animal. Oh, I was just the first person you saw playing Fall Guys. I jumped on it pretty quickly. Alright, so this stage is, like, tough, but also not tough, because it's the only one you already have to speedrun. Oh no. That's what happens when the boots decide to do the hover when you don't want them to. That was almost failed. Almost failed. So you have to S-rank these to get the items, so yeah, you already gotta speedrun them. Which made it easy to pick up, because I already knew how to do this part. Yeah, this is 100%. So these are the last couple pickups. The last heart tank, last sub-tank, and the last upgrade. Whoops. Oh, I fucked that up. Okay, we should be fine. Yeah, we still got enough buffer, but you can kind of go up and around there, and it's... you don't have to worry about climbing or anything. So I haven't been explaining what the... I explained what the boots do, and I explained what the Buster does. It, like, stores these charge shots for later. The armor gives you access to the Giga attack, which I don't use a whole lot, which I probably should, because it's a lot of free damage. It's probably a good way to finish off some bosses. It also halves how much damage you take, which is just super good. I can't ever remember which of these switches I'm supposed to skip. I think it's that one. I don't think it really matters, though. The helmet gives you infinite ammo on anything that isn't a charged shot, so now all of my Maverick weapons just have infinite ammo. But as I said, charged shots don't. It's just that I'll be careful with those. Hey, you know how's it going? Found Treasure Planet and Who Framed Roger Rabbit on Blu-ray at the store earlier. I've only seen Treasure Planet like once. I've been meaning to watch it again because it's just sitting there on Disney Plus saying, hey, watch me. I just haven't found the time. As I said earlier, I had a whole week off and I was just so glued to GDQ that I barely had... GDQ and doing art stuff that I barely had time for anything else. Oop. Man, my timing is poor here. That was still pretty okay, though. Alright, now we have to go end Colonel. Something I don't like about this game is that the fortresses are, like, very short. They're very short, they're not really, like... platforming-wise, they're not terribly, like, challenging. The bosses are pretty tough. Especially for Zero. But other than that, they're, like, kinda whatever. Damn it. Sometimes I just don't want you to grab the wall, Mega Man. Sometimes I want you to grab the ladder. You don't want any part of that. Oh no. That'll do. Yeah, it is good for speedrunning. That's part of why I like running this game, because it's... The fortress is like 20 minutes. It's like a third of the run, which isn't too bad. I missed? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't understand what half of the quotes in this game are saying. As far as I can tell, his lightning attack, he's saying energy Williker, and I'm pretty sure that's not what it is. Who knows what it is, though. Oh, it didn't kill him. Oh. It helps. It doesn't help that Colonel's voice actor had to have been like Australian or something. He has a very heavy accent, which makes it hard to tell what he's saying in any regard. And oh shit, don't look at the splits because spoilers. Yeah, this game's voice acting is up there with like the original Resident Evil, I think. And Mega Man 8. I think it's better than Mega Man 8's. 8's just has some weird casting decisions. That's fair.
I'm gonna recycle you.
I love that line. Not as big of a fan of Beaver Slash. I also don't like that attack. He does a ton of damage. Oh, this is not okay. Ooh, that was tight. That was like the closest to 1 HP in a dream we could possibly get. That wouldn't surprise me about Mega Man 8, to be honest. So that might be the case. Fun fact, when I was a kid, I thought Colonel was just like Bass in Mega Man 8, where they just fucked up the localization. Because I was like, Colonel? That's not how that name is spelled at all. Because I didn't know any better. I was like, that clearly says Colonel? That's, like, how do you mess that up? Wasn't until a couple years later I was like, oh, it's actually pronounced that way? Why? Oh, okay. Whatever. Now, 1 HP in a dream would have to be one of views, I think. Also, get a load of this guy.
It was our destiny to fight.
Oh no. Oh, this is horrible so far. Well, at least I got infinite ammo. Man, this fight is terrible, by the way. This is, like, easily the worst fight in the game. I don't know what they were thinking on this one. Can I just stay back behind him? And just Bap bap. I totally could. And what are you gonna do about it? Huh, I just learned a thing. That's where he reveals that, Sigma got in his head. Surprise! Yeah, General and Double, I never knew what their weaknesses were. I just used Buster on them. That was one of the reasons why I watched the speedrun instead of just figuring it out myself, because I was like, I gotta know, like, how to actually fight those guys, because doing it Buster only takes forever. And Convertible Turtle, how's it going? Whoop. Oh. Well, get out of here. Although this is an interesting one because of the fact... This is probably the first case where... Why did I just split back up? That's not right. Sigma doesn't infect them, as far as I know. He doesn't infect them with the Maverick virus, and that's what causes them to turn evil. He just kind of manipulates them. Which, by the end of the X series, if you guys remember when we were playing through Legacy Collection 2, and, like, I think X8 was the big one, although X7 did it as well, I think, where it starts to be implied that going Maverick is a choice, and it's not necessarily the Sigma virus that causes it. Which this might actually be the first evidence of that being a thing. That was a clean fight. I don't know what the Sigma virus does. Lower inhibitions, maybe? I think maybe it does have the potential to make people go berserk, but maybe sometimes it's just enough to push them over the edge and they were already potentially capable of going berserk. Oh no. What am I doing? This has been a pretty piss-poor fight, if I'm being honest. Alright. Oh, Rising Fire, yeah, it only shoots upward, which makes it not terribly useful. What am I doing on sub-tanks? Oh, we're fine. Let's just haul through here. They give you a free health refill before Sigma, which is pretty cool. So you don't even have to worry about managing your health at this point. And the only reason to go pick up the health is if you want if you want to fill your sub-tanks. I think you might be onto something, though, Paul, with the pattern of inevitable defeat. Oh no. I messed it up. That's exactly why people like Metal Blade, yeah. It's very versatile, because you can shoot it in 8 directions. Has a large ammo pool, so you don't have to worry about conserving your ammo. And on easy, it does a ton of damage, so... On hard, not so much. Oh. Interesting. Oh no. Alright, let's see if he does the dives now. No, you're still gonna play nice? And he's on his best behavior for the stream. Oops. Oh my goodness. Wow. Stingray in top form tonight. Just you wait, we'll have a Stingray fight at some point tonight where he'll just dive constantly, and I'll be cursing up a storm. Is that also a gives birth at you attack, Scarlet? Does that qualify? What a weird attack this is. Like, this one's just very peculiar. Which I guess, fun fact, because you guys don't really get to see it, if you actually fight Split Mushroom, like normally, he does the Gemini Man thing where he splits in two, which is where the weapon comes from. It's still a weird weapon, though. Yeah, I'll be on world record pace, and then I'll get like 9 dives or something. I think there's a faster way to fight this guy, too, that I just have to figure out. I think you can actually, like, cut his web down or something. I don't know if that's, like, good damage, though. I have no idea. It looks slow, so I'm gonna think it's probably not a good idea. Like, it took him forever to get cooking again, so... When you could just do that and hit him 3 times. Alright, Caleb, take it easy. I actually feel like I should have taken an extra day off just to, like... that happens to a lot of people, right? You, like, take a vacation and then you feel like you need a day to recover from your vacation. I was kind of feeling like that, but I was also really eager to start running this. Even, like... I think, like, Thursday night was the night where I was like, damn, I want to stream again. And a lot of it was because I already had this to a point where I was like, I wanna stream this. For some reason, Sigma's like a Grim Reaper in this one. Just go with it. This boss The first phase is always easy. This first phase is just probably the easiest fight in the game. But the third phase in particular is very difficult. Ooh, I got the double. Messed that up a lot. Oh my god. That wasn't too bad. I took a lot of damage though, so it wasn't great, but... They do give you a little health refill, though. They're not completely heartless. And I have 2 energy tanks, so should be fine as long as I don't do anything stupid and die. Put it on my tombstone, folks. Ooh, I fucked that up pretty hard. Oh man. Would you stop? This is like the hardest one to dodge, so of course he's using it a lot, right? There we go. Yeah, that's his weakness. In case any of you that have played this game before weren't sure, didn't know that's what his weakness was, of course they give him the weakness that's like the hardest thing to hit him with. Like, obviously. You could technically destroy those heads to make the phase go faster. I'm not on that level of optimization yet, though. Oh yeah, they do have split health bars, if that wasn't obvious. I didn't realize I was that low. Oh no. Well, at least I didn't use any sub-tanks, so it's kind of fine. That could have been sub-hour, though, if I wouldn't have fucked up like that. Like, shit. That stings.
To become space dust.
Yeah, ordinarily you just hit him with Rising Fire like that. And it kind of locks him into his pattern. So I think what I actually want to do, if I get close to him, I can like rapid fire because I can shoot the web off screen, right? I just don't really know how to do it yet. I guess like that. You want to get like, you can kind of hover right in front of his head.
Prepare to become space dust.
It's another great line. It's another great line. I wish there was a faster way to kill this one. Oh, that was bad. Okay, we're gonna have to... Ooh. Well, I made a mistake. Somehow I managed to survive it, though. Oh, no. Oh. These things have very deceptive hitboxes. Or collision boxes, or whatever. The heads have, like... The actual platform you can stand on is not as big as the image is. So you might see me do that every now and then where I jump too late. And then just get what we're gonna call a lel hover. I think that's what we're gonna call it. Actually end as soon as we lose character control. Yeah, I think I mentioned that they have split health bars, so you have to kill both of them, which is unfortunate that the one with the gun dies faster, because that one's way less tedious to fight than the other one is. What, Mega Man? He can just casually block Colonel's saber with his arm? Seems kinda... overpowered?
Hunter headquarters.
Zero.
It's good to see you're safe, X. I was really worried about you.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry. It's all over. Go home and rest. You've earned it.
There's separate categories. Yeah, there's a bunch of X4 categories, actually. There's X any percent, 0 any percent, X 100%, 0 100%. There's an ultimate armor category. Which I kind of wanted to do, because I think that the Moonbuster shot's, like, way cooler. But they don't use it. They just spam the Giga attack the whole time. Which makes it just look kind of, like, cheesy and not impressive. There's another category, too, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, Buster only. Duh. There's also a low percent for X. What is that? Low percent is... So it's not Buster only, but you can't collect any of the upgrades. So no upgrades, no heart tanks, nothing. Basically, but you can use the Maverick weapons, which still makes the boss fights pretty free. Somewhat. Some of them would be pretty difficult, since you wouldn't be able to charge. I find X more fun to play, personally, which is why I really only looked into... I haven't looked into the Zero run yet. By the way, Harv, I don't know if you're aware of GDQ at all, but they did do a Final Fantasy VII Remake speedrun this past event. It was pretty wild to watch. Always just reset everything. It's so annoying. I wish I could, like, create a save state there or something. I don't think the X Collection has save states, though. Now, I do like playing as Zero more in this than in X7. He was complete garbage. And I kind of remember not caring for him in X8 as well. But yeah, it was like... I think the runner for Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think he PB'd. I think it was like a 6.5 hour run or something like that. You stopped playing 7? Why'd you stop playing 7? Just lost interest, or? I was honestly impressed with the fact that Final Fantasy 15 held my attention until the very end, because I have a bad track record with Final Fantasies where I'll like lose interest like 20 or 30 hours in. Oh, it was during like Cloud's breakdown. Yeah, that story does get pretty heavy at times. Oh my god, die. I feel like that took forever. You liked 15, but you think it killed a part of you in some way? I can agree with that, yeah. That's why I stopped after I beat it, and I was like, I'm not gonna go for, like, the platinum or anything, because if I do, I'm probably gonna come away from the game saying I didn't enjoy it. Whereas, at the time of beating it, I was like, I enjoyed this playthrough, and I don't want to... I'd rather walk away from it saying, yes, I had fun. Because I think we talked about this. I had that problem with Dragon Quest XI, where I beat Act 2, I beat Mordegon, or whatever his name was, and I was like, I love this game, and then I kept going, and oh, I did it. I knew that was gonna happen sooner or later. I kept going and was like, I'll keep playing. I'll finish Act 3, and then halfway through Act 3, I was like, I kind of don't like this game anymore. And now that's all I think of when I think back to it. I think of Act 3 killing the game for me. I don't think of the first 2 acts being amazing and how it rekindled my interest in RPGs. So I didn't want that to happen with 15. Let me catch up on chat a little bit more. I heard of King's Tale, but by the time I played 15, I think I heard that it wasn't available anymore, so I don't know anything about it. It's that game that they talk about playing in the game, right? Yeah, I don't know, something about Act 3 of Dragon Quest XI, I was just like, I was so over it. Which is sad, because Act 1 and 2, I was like, this is like the best JRPG I've played in like the last decade. Like, this is amazing. Like I said, it rekindled my interest in JRPGs. Before that, I was like, I don't think I could ever play a JRPG again. Something on your end is freaking out. I'm sorry. I don't think there's a lot I can do to help that.
Ready.
Sort of want to play 11 in 2D mode, but you don't know if you can dedicate another 100 hours to it. Yeah, I'm kind of there. I'm like, I'd like to play that game again, but I'm also like, yeah, it was a lot of hours. Same with Fire Emblem Three Houses. I want to play that again too, but I'm also like, that game was like that was like a 90-hour game, and now that the DLC's out and everything, it'll probably take even longer. Maybe not, because maybe now I know enough about the game that I won't have to worry about learning mechanics and stuff. So it might still go faster, but still. I think we're, after we finish Pokken Tournament, if not before that, my plan is that we're gonna finish Pokken Tournament, and then we're gonna do Spyro on Fridays. Start and finish Spyro 3. After that, I think we're gonna get around to Horizon Zero Dawn, finally. I don't know why, I'm just kinda like, feeling it. Just kinda like, yeah, that could be fun. Act 3 shit all over character growth in the first two acts, gave you a very abridged version of their arcs in order to not completely undo all the good they did. Existed purely as a result of the luminaries. Yeah, like, I kind of didn't like it because I felt like Veronica, like, they went back to fix a choice that one of the characters made, right? They didn't go back to fix a mistake. They went back to fix something that a character chose to do for the good of everybody. But they were like, nah, we're just gonna undo what you chose to do to save everyone. Yeah, I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it, but it also kind of destroyed my enchantment with the game otherwise. How did that not hit me? Fireball hitboxes are fucking weird, man. Oh no. Yeah, it undermines everything Veronica did. Because like I said, it wasn't a mistake, that was a choice she made. If it was an error, I think I would have felt okay about it. I feel like I should have probably reset there, but I don't think that was a big enough death to warrant a reset. A lot of this stuff I just still need practice on, so I mostly want to do no reset runs. I was worried that was gonna happen, Guy. With what you're saying about, like, taking a week off and getting restless. I was very worried that that was gonna happen, but it actually didn't. I mentioned earlier, I think, like, Thursday night was when... I think Wednesday night, since Wednesdays are usually a night off, that's when I started feeling like, oh yeah, I gotta stream tomorrow. But then I was like, no, I don't. Like, I still have another couple days off. I think the fact that I spent all week doing art stuff kept me focused, and it stopped me from being like, I'm bored. If I didn't have that to keep me going, then I probably would have gotten a little restless and been like, enough is enough. I still managed to save time there despite that death. Yeah, if I were, like, really seriously going for, like I said, this is only, like, my 6th or 7th run, like... Well, no, it's probably, like, close to a dozen. I haven't timed that many, though. If I was seriously going for, I want a new record... I probably would have just reset there, because that was a dumb death. And it probably cost me like 30 seconds, which is enough to cause a serious issue later. But I still need practice on Dragoon. I did die on Dragoon last time. So this death, that's probably why I still saved time. This death was probably not as punishing as dying to Dragoon. I have to get better at fighting Storm Owl still. What am I doing? You can kind of make it up there without getting hit, and I'm not really sure how. That was pretty clean, though.
Ready.
I think that's supposed to be the lesson of Act 3, though, right, Mike? Because, yeah, they did one selfish thing, and then that was the consequence. Like, that was the point, was them saying, look, sometimes you can't take back mistakes. just causes bigger issues. Go down. Oh my god. I honestly hate the hover boots in this. That was a little ugly. Just gonna deboost. What's world record on X4? I want to say it's under 50 minutes. It's probably like 45 something. Worth mentioning that there's different leaderboards depending on if you're running the original version or Legacy Collection, because Legacy Collection has faster load times, so it's just inherently faster. I think the Anniversary Collection has its own leaderboard too. Probably for the same reason, if I had to guess. Ooh, no. That's not good. That was a little uncomfortable. And yeah, I do think that was a strong point of the Luminary, is he's not a perfect, flawless hero. Yeah, I'd be curious to know your experience with the PC version of Fall Guys, because with the way people act these days, with just focusing on the negatives of things, you'd believe that it's nothing but hackers, and it's probably not that bad. I'm sure you see hackers, but I highly doubt it's every single game, like some people acted it like it is. Oh no. You can make it over that guy. But I fucked it up.
Ready.
The original Splatoon, what, with like hackers? Doesn't surprise me, I guess. I think I heard that Mario Kart 8 on Wii is the same way. It's just hackers now. Mario Kart 8 on Wii U, rather. I've also heard that Mario Kart Wii is the same way. Or no, that one you can't play online anymore, right? But aren't there like fan servers for it? But they're also just filled with hackers. Yeah, PS4 is clean. I haven't seen any hacking there, aside from, like, exploits, but they're pretty good about fixing the exploits pretty quickly, too. You haven't seen that many hackers? Oh my god, get up there. Whoops, I didn't have any charged. Oh my god. Sneak one in. Oh no. Oh, yep, here it is. That's probably reset worthy. I hate this fight. This is definitely my least favorite part of this run, is having to fight this guy. Buster only. That was much smoother, but still a death there is like such a time loss. It's probably not worth continuing from there. Really, Mike? You can 100%... You're probably being sarcastic. I mean, I've heard good things about Origami King. Or you could just stream it and let people backseat the fuck out of you. It's another option. You missed a toad. Go back. Go back. You missed a toad. Might actually be something worth noting that if I decide I want to play it, maybe I shouldn't stream it. Whoops. Ignore that. God, I can only imagine. Going the wrong way. You missed a toad. You're supposed to go that way. You missed another toad. Play my level. Exclamation point ad. Like, oh my god. Actually makes me a little queasy just thinking about it. Oh, that was terrible. That was not bad. Yeah, you're probably still recovering from playing from Xenoblade, right? Oh my... I'm not sure how that happened. And yeah, with that, that's a reset. Even though this game, like Mega Man 8, is very forgiving in that if you game over after the halfway checkpoint of the stage and you hit continue, it'll take you back to the halfway point. It doesn't take you back to the beginning of the stage. So, that's nice. I feel like I should still practice, though. Like, this run is still just so fresh, and I'm clearly, like, bad at this stage. Guys. Oh right, I got the weapon tank already. What am I doing? Oh my god. It's this fucking turret guy. Oh my god. Yeah, you can go fast enough that that won't go off, but I'm clearly bad at it. I feel like it's better to just kill him. Another convenient thing about this game is when you die, it refills all your weapon energy. So that's also very convenient. Watch the Umbrella Academy Season 2. How is that show? I keep seeing ads on Netflix and thinking that looks interesting. Ooh, baby, that was clean. Not sure how that one didn't hit him. I definitely have to make time to watch Korra. Who knows when the hell I'll be able to make that kind of time, but... I really need to... I feel like the rest of the run I don't particularly need practice on. I think it's those first 4 stages that I need practice on more than anything. That's where, like, the most...
I've been waiting to fight with you.
Where the most bad things can happen. Well played. What? Oh, it is gonna hit him. That was close. That was a mistake. Dysfunctional family of superheroes who fuck up everything they touch. Yeah, from, like, the trailer that keeps showing on Netflix, I was like, this looks interesting. Actually, I need to practice this still. Okay. No reset is worth it, I think. Just trying to think of, like, what do I need practice on enough to warrant continuing, you know? Well, I missed the heart tank because I'm dumb. Every now and then I get so engaged in, like, reading the stage instead of just going with what I'm supposed to fucking do. Oh, man. It's so easy, too. You just don't jump there. Like, it's not like it's even difficult. Did you... Oh, that's right. There was another Avengers beta this weekend, wasn't there, Scarlet? Forgot about that. I'm probably gonna buy it, I think. I think I was interested enough in what I saw that I was like, yeah, this looks like it would be a good time. Damn, I was up there. So yeah, that's really consistent and safe. So that's how we gonna start doing it. Whoops. Yeah, this Stingray RNG is really fucking good tonight. Like, really fucking good tonight. Hey Paul, welcome back. We're gonna take a break in just a couple minutes, though. As soon as I find, like, a good place where I'm like, we can stop here, because this run's already dead, I'm just continuing for practice sake. Which we might just finish the run for practice sake. Oh no, this run was terrible. The first run was good. This was the second. I wish something that I feel is missing with this game compared to classic speedruns. You don't use Maverick weapons, like, at all. The Buster in X games is just so good that there's no reason to. Compare it to, like, Just some of the random utility you see in the other games, like in 5, for example, how I have, like, Crystal Eye out for the entire Charge Man stage and stuff like that. You never see anything like that in this game. God, that does very little damage, unless it's charged. Yeah, I have to get better at that. There's a lot of stuff I still like little things that I still have to improve on a lot. Whoops. Sometimes that guy just goes fucking ham when you see him. It's crazy. Sometimes he doesn't do that, believe it or not. No, see, no, because this is the first one. Yeah, the heart's just sitting there. Why did I think that you always had to blow up this train to get that? Is that an error with the Legacy Collection? Now I'm curious. I always remembered that being a, you have to get the mech and you have to destroy the train to get that heart tank. Now I'm wondering if you should even use the mech there. You might not need it. Like, if you don't need it, it might be slower. I wonder... I wouldn't say you two really have any... I don't think your tastes are that close together at all, no. You tend to not like superhero stuff, Volpe, so... you probably wouldn't like that show in particular, based on what I know of it. Anything else here? Just keep trying to think, like, what's worth practicing. Or should I just reset? Oh my god. Not the greatest decade for comic books aimed towards kids. What was going on in the 80s, like, comic book-wise? I don't even know. I feel like 90s were pretty good. Maybe not for comics, but, like, for cartoons, it was. I never paid attention. Like, I'm surprised that I liked superheroes, because I never paid attention to any of that shit when I was a kid. And yeah, JMT, I remember that being an issue when I played the Ranger games. I played them on DS, but they were still exhausting. Sorry, distracted by Discord. It happens. Oh, so it was a good time for comics, just not for kids. I get you. Almost fucked that up. I don't know what I'm doing differently that's causing this to work all of a sudden. I mean, I'll take it, but I don't know what I started doing differently that's making it work. Compared to when I practiced it a bunch and was never getting it. Oh no. Alright, well I think I learned something. Okay, that works. Back up. Because sometimes I just arbitrarily fuck that up. Isn't that kind of the issue with comics now? Is they're getting like very political and social commentary? At least with Marvel, isn't that like kind of what their issue is? Oops, I fucked up. Oh, I wanted to ask if you started training for the new job yet or not. Is this still this is still a work from home position, or is it not work from home now? Comics are also too expensive. Now, how much is like a comic book? But I remember like, yeah, decades ago, comics were like under $1, right? They were like super inexpensive. Oh, it's tech support. I was gonna say I can't remember what it is you'll be doing, but maybe I just never asked because tech support doesn't sound familiar. Believe it or not, I could use practice on these sequences too, so... Oh no, I went too fast. Yeah, if you come up this way, you can skip the ladder climb. Five still doesn't seem that terrible, depending on the length, but that does seem, like, pretty inflated. Because that was, like, the whole thing. That's why comics started being an industry, right? It's because they were super inexpensive, so, like, everyone could afford them. Whoops. Oh, so that's not the job you were looking at originally, JMT? They had, like, did they have, like, really strict guidelines? That doesn't make any sense. How can it... It's a work-from-home position. How can you be that strict about interruptions like that? It seems really weird. Yeah, that's always what X-Men was, and it's like, that could go with some other stuff, too. But it's yeah, it depends on how... What's the word I'm looking for here? Whatever the opposite of subtle is. With X-Men, it was subtle, is what I'm getting at. Let me put it this way, there's a difference between a political backstory or a social rights backstory and being directly based on things currently happening in our world. You know what I mean? And that's the issue with a lot of Marvel stuff from what I'm hearing now, is it's very focused on, this is shit that's happening in our world, therefore we're going to make it part of a part of the plot. But it's like, people want to escape from that shit, is kind of the thing. Like, there are better ways to do that. Yeah, exactly, Mike. It's a better way of putting it than what I was saying. Nowadays they directly refer to real-life issues. They don't create a fictional scenario that's similar to the real-life issue. That's what they used to do.
Show me what you've got.
Now it's just, hey, let's talk about this stuff. And it's like, what? Oh my god. Bad fight is bad. Oh, I made a mistake. Energy will occur. What have I done? Oh no. Oh my god. That kinda did a thing. Wasn't the worst decision I've ever made. This is a terrible fight in general, but... or in Colonel, you might... Okay, don't acknowledge that one. I had to lock the door and even pets couldn't be in the room. They said it was due to the security of their customers' information. That makes sense on people, but that doesn't make any sense on pets. What, do they think the dog is gonna overhear someone's credit card information? And that doesn't make any sense at all. I can understand why they wouldn't want people overhearing. That makes total sense. Unless it's just people get uncomfortable when they hear a dog barking, which I guess is possible. Because honestly, like, it sounds kind of unprofessional, so I guess I can kind of understand that. But it's also ridiculous when you're dealing with working from home. Not everybody has a home or the finances to create an office for themselves. I'm probably gonna die. I might use an energy tank here. Beaver slash. Beaver slash. Okay. I agree with that, Twain. Going back to part of it is perception. People find political agenda because they're looking for political agenda. That's another thing that's 100% true. Like, I can look at a lot of stuff and say that's not political, and other people might be like, well, no, that's political. And I'll be like, that's because you want it to be political, right? You're looking for a way to make it political. That laser persists for a year and a half. I'm not sure what happened there. I think I hit L and jump on the same frame, or like, I tried to hit him on the same frame, but I accidentally hit dash earlier, or jump earlier, so it came out as a jump air dash instead of a dash jump. Good thing it's not a run that's being timed. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking... It happened again. I need to stop doing that. I mean, I think you can escape from things like politics. I think you can enjoy media like that as an escape, but you can't be going into it with that mindset of looking to make it political, because then, yeah, you're not getting the escape. If you're actually using it as an escape, I think that's totally fine. Let's look at Captain America Civil War. That is a very political plot, because they're literally dealing with the politics of superheroes. But I can still watch that movie and feel like I'm getting an escape from the outside world, even though it's still a political movie. It's not my politics, or my world's politics, so it's still an escape, unless you go into it with the mindset of relating it to real life and then making it about real life. And then, of course, yeah, you're not going to get that escape. And yeah, that's another thing. You can't look at a... Captain America does and doesn't work in this regard, because when Captain America was originally made, those were currently relevant politics. But you can't watch the first Captain America movie that takes place in the 40s and be like, get this political shit out of my fiction, because it was seven decades ago. Like, you just can't do. You could do that, but people are gonna call you fucking insane, right? That's good that you had multiple options, though, JMT, that you were able to find the one that works for you best. That's another good example of Volpe. I know that, from what I know of Korra, that deals a lot with, like, basically politics. Yeah, like, that's more or less what it is. There's, like, Bender hate groups and shit. Like... you could say that's political. On the other hand, it's fictional and has nothing to do with our real-world politics, so you can't say it's a political... You can. It is by definition political. But it's also still fictional. And I think that's the issue with comics now these days, is it's not fictional politics, it's real-world politics. And that's when it's like, okay, what the fuck am I reading? I think I just broke this fight wide open. I didn't realize that you could just hang on the wall like that and just snipe him until that last run. It's fantastic. Good stuff. I don't think they even do that in the speedrun. Yeah, that's another thing, Mike. It's very... That movie's very gray in terms of politics, where you're not really sure. There's not a intentionally good and evil side. Like, they portray both of them in a way where you can understand where they're coming from. I'm gonna continue doing this side first. And yeah, Twain, that's... Yeah. Yeah, people, not even just the internet, just people in general. And the internet just gives them more of a voice. I think some of you guys might remember I kind of lost my patience on that like a couple weeks ago, because we were talking about something with the pandemic, and someone tried to make it political, and I was like, this isn't a political issue. It's a human suffering issue. It's a health issue. It's not political. And they're like, yeah, it is political because this. No, that's you making it political. This is a people are dying, and you're making it political, and that infuriates me. Or maybe it was the rioting. I don't remember. It was something where I was like, people were dying, and somebody was like, oh, well, the Democrats. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. People are dying. Political party doesn't matter when people are dying, is what it comes down to. Unless one of those political parties is, you know, World War II Germany, and that's the problem, right? But it's not like that at all. That was an interesting lock. I guess that's the issue, is like, people like to exaggerate, too. So a lot of people would look at it and be like, oh, it is like that. It's like, no, it isn't. Shut up. Stop. And yeah, you know, I think Mike pointed that out too. That yeah, like that's the issue with comics now, is it's not a fictional scenario that has similarities. It's just outright real world politics, and you're like, why is this being shoved in my face? And yeah, that's absolutely the issue. Because then it just seems like they're just pushing an agenda, or it's borderline propaganda. Especially if it doesn't serve a purpose in the story, it's not making the story better. There's a time and a place for stuff like that, I think is what it comes down to. Even, and some people might disagree with this, because it was a little bit more in your face, but even in X-Men 3 in the movie, they started dealing with, like, oh, the mutant cure and stuff like that. Even that was like, there's some parallels here. That's when I was kind of like, I see where they're going with this. But it still wasn't that in your face. It was a little bit more in your face, but it wasn't that in your face compared to how a lot of it is written today. Did that actually hit him? I think it did. I'm surprised that one did. I get what you're saying, Paul. But the problem is like I just said, there's a time and a place, and that is not the time or the place. Because that's not the audience. That's the thing. Oh no. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, I think his argument is with the writing, not with the politics. So yeah, I get what you're saying, that your issue is the people who do make it about the pun. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I have issues with both sides of it. It begins. Okay, only one dive. It's not bad. I think the worst I've seen was like 4 or 5. He's still being quite generous. Yeah, that seems to be... I know you're still continuing that post, but that's another issue I take with, from what I've seen of the Marvel comics these days, is they're just... And I don't know if the writers are choosing it to do this way, or if Marvel isn't letting them doing it any other way, but they're doing this thing where they're not, like... They're not allowing their new characters to just live and breathe on their own. They have to be connected to one of the other characters in some way, even if that means changing that other character's backstory that's been around for decades. Which just comes off as, like... I want to say pandery, but I don't think that's the right word for it. Oh, there. Yep, mm-hmm. It's still very low damage. I wonder if it's faster to still use Buster. Here's a good opportunity, actually. So he's at about half health. How much damage does a Giga attack do? Not much. I thought it did way more than that. That was like maybe like 15-20% of his health. Huh. I don't think I knew any of that, Mike. I haven't done a lot of research on any of that. I'm not a history buff, like, in any way. On that note, that's why I find stuff like Captain America so interesting, because it shows me an era that I just don't know much about.
Tremble with terror. You are finished.
I love Sigma's voice actor in this game. Have I pointed that out yet tonight? Oh, okay. Can time the shots better. Did it really help that much, though? I don't know if it did. Oh, I didn't know that had active collision like that. Shit. You have to have very good placement for that, though. I don't know if it really helps.
Are you ready for your final journey?
Such powerful lines. Oh no, why would I do that? Ooh, I fucked that up. Man. And I fucked it up. You are an ass. Maybe not, because that might actually be the better way to damage him. I'm actually not sure, come to think of it. Would you fucking... Hey, I hit him. Oh my god. This is a terrible fight. Okie dokie. Well, good news is we killed that head really early. Oh, I did it. I did it again! Fuck me. Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. Give me one of these. What a total ass. What a total ass! He's playing me so hard right now. This is the worst. Oh, I fucked up. Okay. Yeah, like, I don't remember that ever being taught, like, when I was in school. But then, I never paid attention in history classes, honestly, so... I felt like a lot of history classes are misguided, and I always felt like they were just trying to make me learn dates. And I can't learn dates, like, I'm bad at that. I can learn history from the perspective of, like, learning about what happened and learning the lesson that we should be learning from it. But they were always just hammering dates into my head, and I was like... The date isn't the important part. Like, at all. And that was what they focused on teaching you. So I just didn't pay attention. I didn't care.
This is Maverick Hunter Headquarters.
Zero.
It's good to see you're safe, X. I was really worried about you.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry. It's all over.
Yeah, I even had a,
You've earned it.
But
I had an art history class in college that was the same way, where I was like, I can appreciate what these artists have done.
Breaking contact now.
I don't give a shit about
I'm serious.
the fact that the Mona Lisa was painted on a Thursday. Like, what the fuck does that matter?
If I become a maverick,
Who cares? That's completely irrelevant. That had nothing to do with, like, how he was inspired to do it or anything like that. You know? That bugged the hell out of me. I remember bringing it up, too. And they were just like, this is what you have to learn. And I was like, okay, so you're teaching a curriculum. You're not actually teaching knowledge. You're going through the motions, is what that tells me. I specifically remember one of the tests I had in that history class was literally just like a list of a list of pieces of work, and they were like, who painted these and what date did they paint it on? And I was like, what? That doesn't do anything for your appreciation of the piece of work. And that's what you should be teaching in an art history class. You should be teaching, like, why is this an important piece of artwork? But they didn't. They just taught the dates. And I was like, this is pointless. Like, this is so... It's not teaching me anything. Which I would never say that all college is that way. Don't get me wrong, but that was my own personal experience with college. I felt like I was paying them to just sit me down in a room and keep me busy for a couple hours. Like, they weren't actually teaching me anything. Again, I'm not saying all colleges are like that. I think college is very important for certain careers. For the way I function and for what I wanted to do with my life, it was very and the particular college I went to, it was completely pointless. Like, I just didn't feel like I was getting anything out of it. That's why I got the hell out of there, because I was like, I'm giving you tens of thousands of dollars a year, and I'm not getting anything from this. You're just wasting, like, you're just occupying me when I could just be out there learning on my own ambition. Alright, we're a little overdue for a break. I wanted to finish that practice run, which I'm feeling pretty solid about it, but we'll see how this next run pans out. Can I go back to the title screen from here and not have to redo my inputs? Let's find that out quick before we take a quick break. The battle has ended, yet somehow X doesn't feel quite right. What caused all those robots to turn into Mavericks? Will it happen to me someday? Has X just realized his tragic destiny? It appears that X will have to solve this mystery one day soon. I don't think he ever does have to solve that. Yeah, that's a good example, Mike. Like, yeah, they're probably taught what happened and not why it happened. Now, to be fair, and I don't keep up with this shit, but maybe we don't know everything about why that... we still don't know exactly why it happened, right? We know some parts of it, but there's probably some parts we still are clueless on. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we do know everything about it. I don't fucking know, because I don't keep up with that shit. And yeah, these inputs are all correct. Good shit. But yeah, they just focus on here's the day, here's what happened, here's who the bad guys were, quote unquote. But that's not what, it's not the part you should be teaching. Yeah, enthusiasm is important with anything. And yeah, that was part of my issue with the art history class I mentioned, is like the professor wasn't enthusiastic. He was just reading numbers off of a sheet. So why should you fucking care? Like, if they're whatever about it, then I don't know. I guess some people can point at me and say the same thing, because my energy levels as an entertainer aren't necessarily super high, so people could probably say, "Oh, you're fucking one to talk." But I'd like to think that when I'm passionate about something, it's obvious that I'm passionate about it, and I'm not just like reading things off of a note card. Yeah, it was, he used selective truths, basically, right? That's why... This is probably where we should end this conversation, because I don't know a whole lot about this stuff. But that's probably why China's government makes people so nervous, right? Because China keeps their citizens in the dark about a lot of stuff. And that's why that makes people nervous. Because who knows what they could be being told, right? They're only allowed to know certain things. I guess you could say that about most places, but China outright won't let their people use, like, the full internet, because they're like, no, we don't want you to find that information on your own. We can at least go out there. We're in a position where, sure, they only present us certain information, but if we take the ambition to go research and learn other things, like, we can do that. You can't do that in China. Like, you can't. It's just what they give you. From what I know. I think that's why it makes people nervous and uncomfortable. Now, the issue with that is, we may have the freedom to go research these things and find out the truth and, like, find out all sides of something. People don't take it, though. People just take the headlines that they see on social media and they just run with it. And they're like, oh, well, this is truth. Which is why it sickens me that politics are so mainstream these days. Because people don't... Most people that are super mainstream political these days don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because they haven't researched it. They just looked at clickbait headlines and took it as fact. And that goes for both sides of, like, both political parties. A lot of people would try to be like, oh yeah, Trump supporters don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The people that are anti-Trump don't know what the fuck they're talking about either. It's both sides. They just look at clickbait headlines and they're like, oh, well, that's clearly truth, because it lines up with what I already agree with, so I'm not gonna question it. It's dumb. People, that's why I try to encourage curiosity. That's why I try to encourage curiosity. If you're curious about anything, not even just politics, because honestly, fuck politics. They're disgusting and they make my skin crawl. But anything, you're curious about something, you have the power to go learn more about it. There's nothing stopping you. A lot of people still have that stigma of, like, they don't like to ask questions because of when we're little. This isn't the case with everybody, but a lot of people when they're little and being raised, they hear from adults a lot about, like, better seen, not heard. Shh, don't interrupt. Don't ask questions. And that, like, discourages curiosity. But it's so easy to just be curious and go learn things. Like, that's something that's worth stressing, is, like, I always say, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about with politics and stuff, right? I have the power to go do it, I just don't give a fuck. That's why I don't look into it more, because I don't fucking care. It's worth noting, just before somebody's like, such a hypocrite, you say you don't know anything about politics, but you also encourage us to go learn about it. I don't give a fuck to learn about it, that's why I don't. I save that memory space for things I actually care to learn about. Just to get that out there. Yeah, some people will do that too, where if somebody has a different opinion than they do, they'll just be like, oh, well, I don't want to talk to you. And it's like, how do you ever see anything from a different angle then? That's unhealthy. I tend to only do that when someone's just not making sense, and that's when I'm like, okay, I don't care. Like, when they, like, legitimately don't make sense. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. I still don't remember where I saw this, but, and this isn't political at all, but it's Pokemon, so it's almost close. I remember once I saw when Let's Go was coming out and people were discussing should we get Pikachu or Eevee, I saw somebody say that Pikachu is the obvious choice because first gen is the best generation, implying that Eevee wasn't first generation. And I was like, that is an outright incorrect statement, and that's nonsense. That doesn't make sense. Those are the type of opinions where I'm just like, you're just an anonymous face in a crowd to me. You're an extra. You're a background NPC. It doesn't matter when you have an opinion like that, because it's such a factually wrong opinion that it's like, that's the only thing where I'll be like, well, that doesn't matter. Can't talk to your dad lately because all it is politic talks. Yeah, that's all it's been for the past, like, 5 years. Even people who like talking about politics are, like, disgusted at how you can't go anywhere without hearing about politics anymore. Like, it's kind of fucked up. I don't really know how it happened. It's been a thing for the past, like, 10 years, though. I think it was around, like, the midpoint of when Obama was in office. That's when I started noticing everybody was talking about politics. Even if they had no fucking clue what they were talking about and had no business talking about politics, they were talking about it. It was like the trendy thing to talk about. And it's just gotten worse over the last couple of years. And like I said, I think what bothers me is a lot of people that do it don't know what the fuck they're talking about in any way. Like, they're completely clueless. And they're clueless by choice. They don't want to know what the fuck they're talking. Like, they want to. They don't want to know better, which is sad. But yeah, Guy, I'm the same way. I basically can't talk to my family, except for my mother. But, like, my extended family, like, especially aunts and uncles, not cousins so much. Anyone that's, like, closer to my age is a little bit more sensible. But, like 2 generations before me, or 1 generation? 2 generations, right? But yeah, like, my, like, aunt and uncle range, you literally can't sit down and talk to them about anything without them bringing up politics right now. And it's always like, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's always like, what are you saying? Did you just go on Twitter and find the first clickbait article you could find and you just took it as fact? Like, that's actually it makes me just want to turn and walk away for two reasons. One, because it disgusts me when people are that in the dark, and two, because I want to Google it and find out the actual truth before I talk about it. Because I'm like, that can't be actually fact. That can't be fact. That can't be real, what you just said. And 9 times out of 10, it is in fact not real, and they've completely got the story wrong. So I just refuse. I just, nope. Not doing it. Not talking about, not doing that. Yeah, exactly. My mom was telling me a couple weeks ago that she went to see one of my uncles, her brother, something completely unrelated, and he literally sat down and led with, like, the latest headline he saw on social media. Like, that was his conversation starter. It wasn't even a, how you been? It was just, bam, politics. She was like, I wanted to turn and leave. And I was like, I honestly, if I was there with you, I probably would have said the same. I would have been like, okay, I'm, no. Can we leave? Like, no. Not doing this. Okay. Ramble. But as I said, we're gonna take as I said like 10 minutes ago, we're gonna take a quick break. Yeah, they probably, and again, it's what we were talking about that started this whole conversation, is they're the type of people that they go online and they look for things to be political. Even if something isn't political, they look for a way to say, this is political. Which just makes it worse, because then oftentimes you'll be talking about something completely random, and they'll just be like, politics! And you're like, what did that have to do with anything? I'll never forget, like, I don't even remember what the conversation was, but I remember having this conversation, like, 6 years ago? During the last election? Where we were literally having a conversation about, like, I don't know, Pokemon Go or something. And one of my aunts was like, Hillary. And I was like, what did that have to do? What's that have to do with anything? Like, they just name dropped and just brought up Hillary just to bring her up. And be like, can you believe her? And I was like, what does that have to do with anything we were just talking about? It's infuriating. And they still do it. It's like, how is that? She lost! She lost, you won! Stop being a sore loser and get the fuck over it! It's so stupid. Like, it makes no sense to me at all. Fresh ideas and people actually getting shit done. Yeah, that's what I've learned over the last, like, 10 years, as it gets more and more where you can't avoid people talking about it. That's kind of what I've come to want, is be like, I want something different than this. Because clearly what we currently have isn't working very well, in multiple ways. White rice or brown rice, your life depends on your answer. These are the real conversations that Scarlett's bringing up. I don't know. I like rice a lot. Rice is really good. I don't know if I could pick between one or the other. And if I did pick between, if I did pick one, I'd get canceled by the other ones, so I don't think I can pick. That's like asking me to pick between burgers and tacos. I can't do it. I can't do it. Alright. Super overtime. Super overdue for a break. Oh yeah, it's way later than I thought it was. So I'm gonna go to that. I'm going to go do that really quick. And then I'm gonna get back into like full speedrunner mode and go back to like explaining what's happening with the run as I'm doing it. I'm gonna try to do that. Mostly because, to be totally honest, if we keep on this conversation, I'm not gonna be able to stay focused on the run. So I want to get the conversation back on at least games in some way. Did anyone watch GDQ this last week? Let me know. Did anyone watch GDQ? What runs did you watch? Which runs did you enjoy? Let's put the conversation on games and speedruns. If you didn't watch any of GDQ, you should fucking go do it, because it was a very good event. Like, I enjoyed pretty much all of it. Even the stuff I thought was gonna be terrible, I really enjoyed. There was a Doom Eternal run, and I was like, this is gonna be boring as fuck, and it was actually super entertaining. So, there's a lot of good shit. Highly recommend. I do believe all the VODs are up on YouTube now, so clearly don't stop watching my stream to go watch them. Stay put, but afterwards you should go watch them. So yeah, anyway, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I'm so thirsty. I hurried back because I wanted to inform, because I saw a guy asking what GDQ was. Let me do, I'm gonna drop some likes too, because we have not only 10 likes, but 15 likes, getting very close to 20. Oops. So GDQ is Games Done Quick. It's a speedrunning marathon that they do twice a year. This is the reason I took off all week, because I wanted to just kind of lounge and watch that. Just glue myself to it. The last one I didn't take off the whole week, and I kind of regretted it. So I this time I was like, we're just gonna take the whole week off, and it's probably what I'm gonna do every time. Like I said, it's twice a year. It's usually, there's a summer one, and then there's one in like January. They raise it's a charity, so they raise the money they raise throughout the week goes to, I think it alternates. This one was Doctors Without Borders. I think the one in January is the Prevent Cancer Foundation. I think it alternates, but I'm not 100% sure. And it's a 24-hour marathon, so it ran the whole week. They did a wide variety of stuff, including games that you'd probably never expect to see speedrun. They did one of those dance games, like the arcade dance games. This one, which was barely a speedrun. It was more of this is one of the top players in the world, and he was just kind of like, it was more of a showcase of like hey, do you want to see someone play this game on the highest difficulty? Here you go. But they did like 2 Pokemon runs. They did Sword and Shield as the finale this year, and that was super entertaining. It's actually very light on Mega Man this year. They only had a Mega Man 9 run, but they did the Sonic trilogy, which was super cool, because they usually don't do very many Sonic runs, so it was kind of a neat trade-off. But yeah, it started on Sunday, around like noon, I think, and then ran Saturday until like 2 a.m., which would actually have been Sunday morning. But yeah, I'm probably gonna take off again for the next one. I mentioned earlier I should have this link. I should have made a command with this link in it. Let me see if I can dig it up really quick. I decided to do an art challenge throughout the week. I basically just, as I was watching, I was like, I'm just gonna draw characters from the games they're running. Short and sweet. It started with like, I'll do like 2 a day or something. I wound up doing 4 a day, which added up to 28 fucking characters. I do have it posted on Twitter. I posted it on the Discord too, so some of you guys might have seen this already, but if you want to see that, then go for it. That was basically what I did all week, is I just watched that, and watched that and just drew all week, and it was great, and I loved it. I can't find any of my stuff. There we go. Is that a glitch on the layout? Where? What are you seeing that I'm not seeing? What glitched? Elaborate. Enlighten me, Volpe. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing that, I might try and do that every event. I might try and dial it back. Not do quite as many characters next time, because my hand is fucking angry with me. It's very sore. So, I might dial it back a little bit and try to do it again next time. I might, if I can get my merch store set up, I might try and do like put it on a poster or something. I had heard of GDQ before. You might have been the one that... It was either you or my friend Bill that said, hey, watch this. I can't remember, because it's been a long, long time. I think that was even before I started the channel. It was one of the things that, like, inspired me to, like, really go strong on the channel. Where's my... And you said, Volpe, you said the camera was freaking out? It looks okay now? Looks alright? Did it just garble for a moment? I've noticed it kind of does that, and I'm not sure why. On the camera? What do you mean? Like the border around it? Is it still there? That's the important thing, I guess. Or did it... Was it just a little error and then it went away? If it went away, I'm not going to worry about it too much. GDQ is definitely, like, I wasn't interested in speedrunning until I saw GDQ, and that's when I was kind of like, hey, this is pretty cool. And then it wasn't until I started talking... Twain's the one to blame for me actually starting speedrunning. Before that, GDQ itself didn't really inspire... It got me to respect speedrunning. And before that, I had that mindset of, like... This is dumb because you're trivializing a game that people worked many hours to make, and now you're just disrespecting it by trying to go through it fast. That was like the mindset I had at first. And then GDQ is what got me to be like, hey, this is actually pretty neat. And then, yeah, once I met Twain and watched him speedrun of it, that was... I don't even remember what pushed me to say, I should just do Mega Man 1 through 6 and see how fast I can get through them. And the next thing I knew, I was going for, alright, I can get sub-hour, I can get sub-50, and now here we are. He didn't even, I blame Twain for it, but he didn't, like, push it that hard. It was definitely something that I just kind of did one night. How active Volpe is here, you're surprised he's not a member. Yeah, he's young. He doesn't have a disposable income. Whoa. Capture just got all choppy. What was that about? Huh. Yeah, now the big thing Twain's at fault for is he encourages me when I say stupid shit like, here's a thing I should do that's probably insane, and he's just like, do it. Do it. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Let's do it. He did not know about this one, though. 2 people knew about this one. I told my friend Bill about it because he also took the week off. He was like my hangout buddy for watching GDQ. And I told View about it because when I was talking to View about him playing this, and I was like, I recommend you play this one because I think you'll like it. That was when I was like, man, I should speedrun this because, like, I fucking love this game. It's probably not a super long run. It's a relatively easy game once you know what you're doing. Yeah, Do It is from... What is it, episode 3? Oh no. Oh my god. This is a surprisingly tight jump. I also didn't realize you could do it until like a couple of runs ago. But yeah, it's kind of funny, despite Eno being one of the ones that, like, kind of clued me into GDQ happening, he, like, doesn't watch it at all anymore. Which, I think we were talking, last time you were on to play a game, I think? We were talking about it, and you were talking about how much you hate the fact that the way they sell TASBot. Oh god, you would not have liked it this year. Taskbot did a fucking Mario hack, and I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, really? I didn't even watch it. That was one of the... Well, I don't think I was awake for it, but that would have been one of the few things where I would have just turned it off. Been like, oh, I'm gonna watch something else. Yeah, the Pokemon Shield run was really good. It was very entertaining. I could never run a game like that myself because of, like... I don't like how RPG runs are basically... They're so routed that it basically comes down to just... It's just menuing. Like, it's just a long list of do this, and then do this, and then do this. It's not as, like, execution-based as something like this. I can enjoy watching them, but I could never actually run an RPG. But yeah, Shield was very entertaining to watch. The Fire Red Leaf Green race was also very entertaining to watch. That one was also very good. The Final Fantasy VII Remake run was also fantastic. I mentioned that earlier. That was very entertaining. I'm trying to think of what else I watched this morning after it finished, because I watched some of the VODs this morning of stuff I missed. The King Knight run was pretty good. The Donkey Kong Country 2 run was fucking bonkers. I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, what? I didn't know this was a Sonic game. Like I said earlier, the Doom Eternal run was actually very good. I thought that was... I think first-person shooter runs are very boring to watch. But that one was very entertaining. I should honestly play that game someday. Looks pretty crazy. What was the other one? Devil May Cry 4 was pretty fucking crazy. I actually didn't watch any of the... I don't watch any of the Castlevania block yet. Well played. Oh, okay. Okay. God, it does so much damage! I'm so bad. The impressive thing is the guy that was doing the Charmander route for Fire Red, Leaf Green? I don't know, it didn't matter which version it was. They said he had never done that before. Like, that was his first time doing that route. Sometimes the shots miss when he's in crouched Hadouken mode. I'm stupid. Oh, you fucking... He debated me. Okay, that was ugly, but... Oh no, I wasn't saying that despite introducing me to it, you don't speedrun. That's also true. I was just saying you barely even watch it anymore. Like the events. I actually held off on, like, shouting out different runs this time, because I didn't want to be flooding you with, like, hey, this run was good. Hey, this run was good. You should watch this one. This run was also good. Check this one out. Oh, maybe it wasn't his first time doing it so much as it was like it wasn't his normal route, and he was just still kind of new to it. Like to speedrun something where you're too much of a casual to do it. You might be surprised. You might be surprised. I mean, and this is something. This is what Twain is guilty of. This was he managed to like bend my expectations there, because I had the same kind of outlook where I was like, I look at some of the shit these runners do, and I'm like, I could never be that good. I'd never be able to be that competitive. I just don't have it in me. Twain was the one that got me to realize you don't have to be. Like, you can just do it as a... You can just do it as a... How well can I do? Oh my god, what a fucking nightmare this... So if you had an interest in doing it, I'd say just take a game that you know very well, that you play relatively often. You could ideally play through in one sitting, and then just sit down and time it. See how fast you can do it. Don't even research the routes. Don't even research like what the competitive players do. Just go based off of what you know. That's what I did when I started, when I first did Mega Man 1 through 6. I just went based on like, okay, what do I know about this game? Fundamentals. Oh my god. And then just go from there, just improve and be like, I can do it faster than that. Let's go for try and do it in under an hour. You know what? I think I could do it in under 50. Let's try that. That's where you start, and then you can start watching the runs and be like, okay, there's a trick I didn't know you could do. There's a quick kill that I think I'd be capable of doing. Ooh, I thought that was gonna catch me. Ooh, the triple. But yeah, I guess where like my overall point there is, don't watch somebody at like GDQ or even what I'm doing and say, I don't think I could do that, so there's no point in trying. Like, cause you gotta start somewhere, right? You didn't see the first run I did of this that was an hour and 40 minutes, for example. Storm Owl, okay. There is somebody that ran at this GDQ that's probably gonna get banned. Even though I thought he as a runner was fine, the people he invited onto his virtual couch were... It was a train wreck. It was awful. I actually hope they don't ban that guy, because I thought the runner was fine. Like, a lot of people were just like, oh man, this runner's so bad. And I was like, the runner didn't do anything wrong. He had one person on the couch that was, like, clearing his throat. Like, all he literally started with saying, man, my sinuses are awful tonight. And then he was just, like, sneezing and coughing the whole fucking run. That's what one of them did. One of them dropped the F-bomb, which is a major no-no, because GDQ is a family-friendly event. Because, you know, it's charity. And then one of them went on a, like, 1-minute rant about a Civ 5 game he recently had that had nothing to do with anything. Everyone on the couch was like, okay then. they just didn't even, like, encourage him. They were just like, okay. Moving on. I was like, yeah, this guy's probably gonna get banned, just because of the people he invited. Fairly likely, because they didn't even put the VOD on YouTube. They just didn't upload it, because they were like, yeah, no. Also, that's what it looks like when you fuck up that jump, by the way. There was something unfortunate about this run. Since this GDQ, GDQs are usually held, like, in any event. They rent, like, a hotel. And everyone's there in person. But because of the pandemic, this one was all online. As a result, they still raised a good amount of money. They still raised 2.3 million. Which is still pretty good. But I heard some things about viewership being a little down. And the way that got uncomfortable was when they were selling incentives. There were 2 incentives that... I don't remember what the first one was. The first one, they interviewed the runner before the incentive was even met. Like, they were so, like, well, we're gonna do the run regardless. So, we're just gonna interview the runner anyway. And I was like, it's not really great. And then the last one was the Minecraft run on the final day, where they literally just stalled on intermission for a while because they hadn't met the incentive yet. And they were just like, so up next is Minecraft, as soon as you guys hit that incentive. And I was like, this is really awkward, because I've never seen an incentive get that close. So yeah, sometimes the hype is a little weird because of that reason. Comfortable. This is a bad fight. Mostly because I realized I don't have any lives. That was a mistake. Oh no, this is bad. And now I can't get up here, and now he's gonna do this, and now I'm gonna die. Oh, maybe not. Okay. That was still a horrible fight, and this run in general was very bad. Intermissions were shorter, which was really nice because of it being online. They didn't have all the setup time. They were, like, consistently an hour ahead of schedule, like, the entire event because of that. They actually did a thing at the end where they were like, hey, let's talk about the pros and cons of doing it online. Which was interesting, because they were just saying, like, you know, in-person event is still pretty great, but yeah, setup times were easier because they were able to set up the next run while the current run was still going. International runners were a little bit more available because they didn't have to travel. It was easier to fill overnight time slots because of that, because they were just like, oh, well, it's daytime for you anyway, so it works out. Yeah, intermissions were very short. Intermissions were usually, like, a Twitch ad, 2 or 3 donations, and then they'd be on to the next run. Like, they were very short. And yeah, what JMT's saying is a pretty good example. His first run of Mega Man 1 was an hour and a half, and now he's down to a half an hour. Like, yeah. You might be surprised what you're capable of. And you'll never know if you don't just give it a try, right? Oh my god, this is awful. Plus, look at me, I'm terrible. And I'm still doing it. Don't mind if people get banned for doing things at GDQ. It's if they do something. I think something happened. If Twain is still lurking, he might be able to back me up on that. Didn't last event one of the Final Fantasy VIII runners get banned for something he did outside of the run? And it wasn't even like, it was something, you're really gonna hate it, you know, because it was something like on his Twitter, he was very open about his political stance, and that was why they did it. Like, he didn't do anything during the run. That was all completely civil, and then they just arbitrarily banned him. Like, in the middle of the run, I think. At that. Like, that kind of stained that whole run, because that Final Fantasy VIII run was good otherwise. It's a very entertaining run. Again, don't quote me on that, because I could be wrong on some of those things, but... But yeah, that's shitty. They shouldn't ban people for that. That's... As long as they behave on site, I feel like it's fine. And I say that as someone that it could potentially be relevant for, not to say that I ever expect to be good enough to run at a GDQ, but it would suck if they looked at my channel and were like, well, he swears a lot, so we're not going to allow that. It's like, I can control myself if I'm in an event like that. Like, I'm not going to disrespect it, you know? Oh god. Oh, this is terrible. It's now come to my attention that my first run of the night is going to be the only good run of the night. And that was another thing with with it being all online, is that runners had their own setups, so they didn't have to worry about like adapting to a new setup or anything. Now, a downside to that, inconsistent audio. There were a lot of people that had very bad audio setups. Whereas if it's a live event, it's consistent, because they have it, like, it's all on GDQ's end to keep it good. Which made me realize, I fuss over, like, how good my lighting looks a lot. A lot of the people that were running on GDQ had very shitty setups. There was one guy that had all the lights out in the area. Like he didn't even have a camera light on him. He just had the game screen was the only light in the room, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's the stuff that makes me feel like, oh yeah, even I could do this. Like, oh, that wasn't close enough. There we go. I can't comment on that either, guy, on how long Twitch ads are, because I gave them my Twitch Prime subscription for the week, which disabled ads. So, I don't know how long they were either. Couldn't have been longer than maybe a minute at most. It was probably like 30 seconds. Something I'm realizing I don't like about this run is there's no breaks. The only breaks I get are get weapon screens. Which goes for a lot of Mega Man games, I guess, so... I never saw an intermission as long as an hour and a half. They also did a better job of having filler content on this one. Again, because of everything being digital, they had more interviews, which you could take it or leave it, right? Some people can't stand the interviews, I'm sure. They did a end-of-day recap every day, which I really liked. Which was just a, hey, here's our runs that we thought were really good today. Go check them out. So that helped the intermissions a lot, too. It was definitely a lot snappier. I didn't see any intermissions that were over, like, 10 minutes. Unless it was technical difficulties, which did happen every now and then, but even then it wasn't that long. Ooh, he was on me. Whoops. That was kind of an ugly fight. I made some time back just because I didn't die getting the E-tank, so that's something. It's a bad fight, though. That's actually a pretty good example, Volpe. Like, yeah, if they don't allow smoking in the building, and you smoke, and they're like, well, we're gonna ban you because you deliberately did something that we told you not to do, that's one thing. But then if they just see that you are a smoker and ban you, that's kind of shitty. Like, that's actually a pretty good example. I don't think they've done anything like that in terms of bans. Whoops. I'm sorry, Mike. I can't read a comment that large in the middle of this. I'm sure it was funny, but... And hey, Raiders, how's it going? As I was just saying, like... This run's actually pretty high octane. I'm having a hard time keeping up with chat, but welcome all the same. And yeah, I did notice. Someone said, hashtag raid tag too long or something. That is a long raid tag, so I didn't even catch who it was. Oh no. Ballin' Zeokim? Oh god, what have I done? Oh no. That was slightly better. Yeah, I think the Buster actually does better damage on that thing than the fire does. That's kind of weird. Seiya Suzuki, Fulfill Your Destiny. Oh, it's Fulfill Your Destiny and Flapper. It's looking like. I didn't see Flapper come in yet, but I'm sure he's there and I just haven't caught up to it in chat yet. I should just pause the run, honestly, because this run's bad. Like, I should just can it and be like, never mind. Also, I said I was going to focus really hard on, like, explaining the tech in this run, and I totally haven't been doing that, so... I wonder if I could do Slash Beast without looking. I might be able to. Tayra, how's it going? Airbending Eagle. I'm sure I'm missing people. All I can really do is apologize. This run gets, like, no breaks, unfortunately. In both senses of the word. Break is in a breather, and breaks is in... There's no brake pedal. We just go. Shaboinky Boink as well. Thank you everyone for coming along on the raid. What were you two up to? I know, Flapper, you were working on, you were doing Legos tonight, right? I believe. So I think I saw you're on, like, stream 7 of that. That's gotta be... I'd really like to invest in, like, a big kit like that someday to do. Thunderbird, thanks for coming along. I hope I didn't miss anyone. If anyone came along and is lurking, it's good to have you as well. Backtrack. So yeah, for those that have no idea what's going on here, this is Mega Man X4. I'm doing a 100% speed run with X. So this is our one backtrack run of the... backtrack stage of the run. We do Magma Dragoon first, which means we can't get the Heart Tank or the upgrade capsule. Now that we have Slash Beast's weapon, we can go back and get them. Which means we're just gonna rush through and not even care about, like, taking damage or anything like that. We're about, like, halfway through the run at this point. Like I said, it is a bad run. It is bad. The first run of the night was pretty good, and then since then it's just been bad. Oh god, what have I done? The meteor. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Alright. Would it be faster to do it over here, I wonder? It might be. I don't know. Oh my god. This is just all bad. Oh, P.O. Sebastian, how's it going? Thanks for coming along, by the way. That's our 4th armor split, which was disgusting. And yeah, as I said, this run's bad. We got two Glods. That's not bad at all. You're playing Ori and the Blind Forest. Just finished the first dungeon. Did I do the first dungeon? I actually didn't like Ori and the Blind Forest that much myself. I like watching it. I didn't really like playing it. I got it on Switch when it came out on Switch. And I was kind of like, I don't know. It was weird. Like I said, I like watching it, but playing it was like stressful. I don't know. I hope you're enjoying it though. Most people seem to enjoy it, so it's not even a. I don't even think it's bad. I think it's just not for me. I think I did the first dungeon though, so I think I probably did the part you're talking about. Cool health, I guess. Not sure where that jump input got to. Get up there, X. Come on. Dash when I press the button. See if I can succeed on this. Hey, I got it. I changed something about how I do this trick, and now I can get it every time, so that's cool. So I just, like, jumped over the trigger for the boss or something, and which just allows you to just leave. It's kind of neat. I couldn't get it for the longest time, and then tonight I've been nailing it, like, every time. So I guess I kind of figured it out. That boss isn't that big of a deal, but, you know, speedrun, time save, all that good stuff. I actually did like Celeste, so that's the weird thing, is I thought Ori looked like a game that I would like, but I just didn't like it. It's one of the few games I did on the channel that I dropped, and was like, we're just gonna not finish this. I actually did, like... I want to say I did, like... I didn't 100% Celeste. But it had to have been, like, high 80%. Like, I did a lot of it. There's some sort of skip there that I'm gonna have to look that one up. See if it's worth learning. Yeah, I really try not to drop games, but sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you're just not feeling it. Especially Flapper, since you do so many retro games, like, a lot of those are kind of like... They hit you at that point, like, later in the game, where it's like, oh, this is just... You designed this to be unbeatable because you wanted me to just play this game for forever. Also, I screwed up. That didn't kill him? Get out of here. We're in the visually impaired forest. Wait, that's... Yeah, that's the first one, right? Will-o'-the-Wisps is the second one? Or is it... Do I have it backwards? Pretty sure Blind Forest is the first one. That's the one I played. I could see if I tried to play a Persona game, I probably wouldn't be able to finish it on stream. Those do look a little too, like, grindy in terms of streams. Dragon Quest XI was another one where, like, Act 3 got too repetitive for me. Which is sad, because Act 1 and 2 I really liked. Like... I was ridiculously in love with that game, and then Act 3 happened, and I was like, oh, now I'm not having fun anymore. Like, that we were talking about this earlier, and I don't remember... Where the hell did that come from? Okay, that was new. We were talking about this earlier about Dragon Quest XI, like, rekindled my love for JRPGs. But then, yeah, I hit Act 3, and I was like, this isn't fun. This is one of the easier stages in terms of speedrunning, because you already kind of have to speedrun it. Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh my god, I might actually fuck this up. Damn, I'm surprised I still made it. So yeah, you have to S-rank these to get the last 3 items in the 100% to get the heart tank, the E-tank, and the last upgrade. Persona looks too anime for you. For a second I thought you were, like, serious, and then I looked again and was like, oh no, this is Mike saying this. It's absolutely not. No, that's a joke. It looks like a... Persona 5 looks like a very good game, it just looks very bloaty. Looks like they have a lot of stuff there just to bloat out the time and make the game take longer. Which, to a point, is not that big of a deal. Because, hey, more content is typically just good, right? But even, like, Fire Emblem Three Houses was, like, almost to a point where I was like, this is kind of just overstaying its welcome a little bit. Oh no. And I only played through that game once. It gets worse. I missed? Excuse... Okay, this is happening. Yikes. I'm just consistently losing time, and it is frustrating. No, don't save. By the way, let me, I didn't hit the raid warning, because we were so busy otherwise. Let me do that really quick. Ready. Nope, that's not it. I don't even have the hotkey set up, do I? Whatever, there it is. So I just got a new computer, like, week and a half ago. I still don't have everything set up. Oh, this is just awful. Get out of here. Oh, did Persona 5 Royal fix a lot of the grind?
I'll show you no mercy. Now get ready.
Energy will occur. interesting. Oh, I made a mistake. Alright, we're still okay. That was a pretty decent fight. Pretty happy with that. A little bit of time back. That's funny, Mike. That's very true. A lot of people do say that about, like, they're ready for the year to end, and it's like, yeah, do you think it's just gonna go away as soon as the clock ticks over? I hate this section. There has to be a fast way to get through that. I need to rewatch, like, a professional run of this. And yeah, on Fire Emblem, I was mostly fine with what Three Houses did. I was also not completely comfortable with where the 3DS ones were going. Although I like Awakening's like a guilty pleasure for me. Like, I actually really like Awakening, despite all of its flaws. Hashtag Beaver Slash. Let's not. Let's not chance it. But yeah, I liked what Three Houses did. I didn't really have any complaints with Three Houses, from what I remember. I don't think it's been a while. It's been over a year since I played it. I don't look back and think, man, that one thing about Three Houses, it totally ruined it for me. It's like, no, for the most part, I liked it. It was a little bloaty, like I was saying with Persona 5. Like, there's a lot of content there that was kind of there just to waste your time. But as a... I think it's only going to bother me on, like, a second playthrough. On the first playthrough, it didn't really bother me. If anything, it bothered me that all became so unimportant once you got far enough into the game. Like, in the second half of the game, doing, like, schooling and shit was completely pointless. Okay, let's just... Thank God they just give you full health when you get here. Yeah, you can ignore some of it, or once you know your way around, you can streamline it, which is also good. So it's not as... Again, it didn't bother me. It's more of a, if somebody didn't like that about Three Houses, I could see why I would be like, I understand. I get it. It didn't bother me personally, but I could see why it would bother someone. Oh man. General RNG giving us a good go. Didn't even save that much time, though, so I guess it wasn't... I guess using that wall strategy isn't as good as I thought it was. Whoops. Alright, Flapper, take it easy. Thanks for bringing your half of the raid over and hanging out for a little bit. It's always good to have you. Oh, it took away my charges. That's fine. I'm in such a habit of mashing after fights that I keep doing it even though I don't have to here. So that's fun. A voting survey? What time is it for you? It's like 8:30? That's pretty late, yeah. I'd be pretty upset. On a Sunday? At that? That's crazy. Yeah, 8:30 on a Sunday is like... Just the on a Sunday part is kinda not... Kinda not fine. Oh. I miss. Man, that hitbox extends a pretty good deal in front of you, actually. The Switch version had pretty good graphics, though. I never looked at a direct comparison, but I thought they were pretty solid. That does suck that they're, like, reselling it, though, but it's Square Enix, what'd you expect? To be fair, we were just talking about Persona 5 Royal. That wasn't a DLC update, was it? That was an entire new release as well. But yeah, Square Enix. They made Final Fantasy VII, so really, what can you say? If you got the Switch version, you're fine. You already have everything, so. Patterns of inevitable defeat make me laugh. Yeah, they made Final Fantasy VII multiple times. And when I say multiple times, I'm not talking about Final Fantasy VIII or Final Fantasy IX. I'm talking about... for the people who think that Final Fantasy VII is the end-all. Oh no, here we go. Crap, I thought he was dead. There we go. Oh yeah, I was surprised. I just picked up Game Pass like recently. I was surprised to see that Dragon Quest XI and Final Fantasy 15 are just on there. And I was like, that's crazy. Like, those are two very big games that are just there. They also have the original Final Fantasy 7 on there, so it's like, damn. Square Enix was all in on that one. Getting that double hit is, like, pretty tight. Probably doesn't look like it, but... Yeah, I remember wanting to watch Advent Children with someone once, and then I quickly realized that it wasn't going to make any sense at all. Because it just doesn't stand on its own as an experience, like, whatsoever. You can't just watch that and be like, I understand what's happening. Hell, I actually kind of knew what was happening and I still didn't understand what was happening. I wonder if it's still faster to do this guy with Buster instead. Oh, well played. Because this actually doesn't seem to do much damage. I think they expect this to be... That only makes sense as a weakness weapon if you're using it to cut his web down, but then that's slower. I might have just learned something. I don't know why I grabbed that. I forgot the split. Fucking just... whatever. This run sucks anyway. Also, I love that Sigma tells you to try hard. Just straight up. Try hard, X. Okie dokie.
Tremble with terror. You are finished.
That's true, Mike. But it's also like most people that are playing it probably have a pretty good understanding of the original game, or at least a rudimentary understanding of it. And yeah, this is like the only time in the game we intentionally use this hover mechanic. Shoutouts to Dr. Light for making a truly fantastic armor upgrade. I'd recommend playing 15. I enjoyed it. And I didn't think I was going to enjoy it. So I'm typically like pretty critical of games, and I was able to enjoy it. So I feel like that counts for a lot. Like. Oh, you've watched people play it? That's understandable, then. That's me and, the Spider-Man game on PS4. I watched, like, 4 different people play through that, so I'm kind of like, why would I ever play it? There's just no reason. I don't know if this is even how they intend you to, like... It's such a weird way to fight a boss. Not sure if intended or if speed tech. Would you stop? I think this does give you overall better damage, though. Ooh, that was unfortunate. Would you stop? Maniac. Oh no. What am I doing? Alright, let's safety tank really quick. I don't want to throw this away. Yeah, 12 and 5 are the only ones I've, like, not played at all. As far as main games go. Wow, that was very close to... What the fuck happened? Was it just because my final boss was good, I guess? That was almost sub-hour. And in the PB, I died on the final boss and had to redo it. Yeah, if that run wouldn't have sucked, it would have been it would have been some hour. That's how it goes sometimes. I only liked 15 because I played it before playing 12. Before playing 7 Remake 2, I'm under the impression that the 7 Remake does most of 15 just better. It's not open world, though, but, like, it sounds just more polished.
This is Maverick Hunter headquarters.
So I'm also glad that I played it before potentially playing 7.
I was really worried about you.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry. It's all over. Go home and rest. You've earned it.
But Zero.
Aneurysm should be renamed to Nomuras, you're not
I
wrong.
become one of the Mavericks.
Don't ask such a silly question. I'm breaking contact now.
Wait, Zero! I'm serious.
Don't ask such a silly question.
If
Zero's
I
that
become
guy.
a Maverick, you have to take care of me.
Don't be ridiculous. Now hurry on back.
Promise me. Zero.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Part 2 might be more open world. Because, yeah, Midgar itself shouldn't have been. Would have been kind of awkward if they tried to do that. I think. They would have had to add a lot of, like... They would have had to really redo it. Which they already did really redo it, but... I don't think open world is good for, like, telling a story, though. So I think... And that was something I felt was pretty good about 7. I watched Twain play, like, all of the 7 remake. So, and I felt like the storytelling was pretty good. Oh yeah, 7, 8, and 9 and 10 are way more linear than people give them credit for. We've talked about that before, about how those games give you a like, they give you an illusion of open worldness, when in reality it's not open world at all. So part 2 could be open world. It doesn't necessarily have to be, because it's not that 7's not open world at all. It's extremely linear. They just don't present it in hallway fashion, so you don't realize it. Which is what 10 and 13 fuck up. Which, again, nobody seems to notice that about 10. People complain that 13's linear and it's just a hallway simulator. 10 was the same way. I think it's just 10's storyline was better, so it didn't bother anyone. Because that's the thing, I feel like that's what they were going for with 13, is they were like, if we make it more linear, we can focus on storytelling, but 13's story is terrible. So... felt more open world than it really was when it came out. Yeah, because open world wasn't really a thing yet. We had, like, sandbox games, but not open world. And a lot of people confuse open world and having a lot of side quests as being the same thing. And that's not the same thing at all. Even Final Fantasy XV, I'd argue, wasn't open world, because the storyline's very linear. You can't skip around. As much as I don't like it, Breath of the Wild's a very good open world game because you can literally just skip to the end. You can skip all of the story shit if you want to. And I use the term story loosely because that game has a shitty story. But you know what you get what I'm meaning. You don't have a chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to like chapter 15 that goes through the game's plot. You can just go straight to the last guy if you want to. That's open world. That's open world. 15 still has a very linear story. It just has a large side area with a ton of quests, but you can't skip right to the end. That's not my definition of open world, personally. It was more sandboxy than open world. Another one that's common is I think people consider Grand Theft Auto to be open world, and I don't think they really are. They're more sandboxy. Can you ignore the storyline? Yes. But you can't skip to the end. You'll never beat the game if you continue to ignore the storyline, is kind of the thing, which makes it more sandboxy, in my opinion. I liked a lot of what 13 did, I just didn't like the story. Again, I use the term story very loosely. That's the thing, I think a lot of people... That true open world nature is, like, very difficult to do in a game without making it feel like everything's arbitrary and doesn't matter. So... It's almost like... You know how there are roguelikes, but then there's also roguelites? With a T? Because they use some roguelike mechanics, but not all of them. I feel like open world and open world lights are, like, that's a thing. Because in my mind, having a lot of side quests to do doesn't necessarily make it an open world game. Because lots of games have lots of side quests to do. What about Majora's Mask? Look how many side quests are in Majora's Mask. Would you ever consider that an open world game? Most people wouldn't. Maybe somebody would. but most people wouldn't. So I think what it comes down to, something I complain about a lot, not complain about, but vent about, is that the whole concept of, like, genres are so fluid now. There's no, like, borders between genres, so it's tough to even call games any type of genre, unless they are very explicitly that genre. Also means a lot of genre names are just bad and nondescript. Yeah, exactly. Games that are truly open world, where you can just bypass stuff by design, is a very rare thing. I do like that if I just sit through the credits, I don't have to worry about setting up all my controls. Yes, update my times. I haven't been doing pixels for PBs all night. Oops. Yeah, that is my problem with Breath of the Wild. On one hand, I think it's a fantastic open world game, but it sacrifices everything that I love about Zelda games to be a good open world game, which ultimately makes it an unsatisfying experience to me. Yeah, Link's Awakening, you can do that too. If you've ever seen me do a speedrun of Link's Awakening, I go into the 4th dungeon and get the flippers, and then I leave, and then that's actually the last dungeon we do. So, there is, like, that sense of openness. I think I just agree. I disagree with the genre name of open world, and I disagree with how popular open world has become. I feel like open world games are, like, borderline overrated. Okay, what do I need here? I basically have to not die on Magma Dragoon. Didn't I have another stupid death somewhere? I died, like, twice on Dragoon stage. That needs to not happen. Yeah, I think what it comes down to, like I said, is that a lot of there's different types of open world, I think, is what it comes down to. It's truly open world, there would be no plot. It would just you'd be living your life and interacting with everyone else living there. It's Breath of the Wild. That's exactly that's exactly it. Okay. Well played. So, alright, so let me get back into speedrun mode here. And actually, like, talk about the run and some of the shit that's happening right here. First thing you might have noticed is that, or maybe you didn't notice this, movement tech's actually really easy in this game. Because as long as you're holding dash when you jump, X gets a dash jump, even if you're not currently dashing. So you can just hold dash and just kind of fucking go. Makes the movement very, very fluid and simple. You'll see, like, there I was standing still, but I still had the dash effect. Oh, can't believe I did that. We're resetting on that one. I overdid the turnaround there. The dash makes me uncomfortable. Now I have to reset up all my fucking controls. I hate that. Yeah, Gary's mod is a sand. Well, I think it's that. Again, I don't think sandbox is a genre. I think it's a mode. Games can have sandboxes without that. Grand Theft Auto has a sandbox where you can just go do whatever the fuck you want. Saints Row has a sandbox and you can just go do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I wouldn't. Are they sandbox games? Not necessarily, because there is a linear plot to go through, but. Okay, less bad. Less bad. Not sure when the term open world actually became a thing. I'm not sure either. I want to say it was because of Elder Scrolls, but that might not be the case. It might have been a thing before that. I feel like Skyrim's really what made it popular, though. I don't remember people calling Grand Theft Auto open world games like when I was in high school, for example. Fun fact. I should actually change this. One of the only tags I have blacklisted on Steam so it never shows me the games is open world. I was like, just don't show me these games, because typically a lot of open world games on PC are just very whatever looking to me. I feel like that's me that's Nintagious in a nutshell, right? I have open world blacklisted, but I allow sexual content on Steam. Like, that's the way I roll. It's like, okay, sexual humor's fine. Get that open world shit out of here. That's how my Steam account looks. I actually may have unblacklisted that at one point, but I did have it blacklisted at one point. Along with something else that I can't remember. There was another one where I was like, I just never want to see this type of game ever again, but I can't remember what it was. Okay, you're being a major dick right now. Yeah, exactly, Mike. That's part of the issue. Is that it's such a broad term. Just like how the term RPG is so fucking broad now. Like, so many games have RPG elements. You could you could say Call of Duty's an RPG. Because you have leveling up. You unlock stuff based on that leveling up. Like, you could say that. It's an insane thing to say, but you could say it. You could consider a Mega Man game open world, because you can technically pick your stage, right? So I guess that's what it comes down to, is I think the term open world is fucking stupid. It's just dumb. Yeah, it's a marketing term. You're pretty on point there. Which is why I kind of call it a lie, because sometimes it is a lie, because they're just selling the idea of, you have choices, and those choices matter. But sometimes those choices don't fucking matter at all, but that doesn't matter, because they've already made you, they already tricked you into buying the game, so it doesn't matter that it's a lie. People like the idea of, I can do anything I want, so you can just sell that. You can take a dump in a box and slap guarantee on it, and you're just selling the guarantee, right? Same basic principle. Someone has to get that reference, right? I'm sure Mike gets that reference, but Guy might. Actually, Twain would too, because he quoted something else from that movie when we were playing Fall Guys the one night. That's funny, Scarlet. I remember bringing that up a couple weeks ago, where I was like, if we still named the console after bits, how many would we be up to now? I'm legitimately curious. Oh, you fucking... Oh my god! Okay... Yeah, I've mentioned that before too. What you're saying, Shaboinky Boink. This is an RPG. I'm not Mega Man. I'm not a super fighting robot or a Maverick Hunter. So this is role playing. Technically, yeah. The term RPG is a stupid fucking title. Like honestly. Oh my god. Okay, that's fair. Time to get serious. I thought that was gonna hit me. Okay, that sucked. But we're still ahead. Yeah, and that's all blast processing was, wasn't it? Was scrolling. Or didn't it have something to do with audio or some shit? I think I remember reading something about that, about how it was it was a real term, but it didn't do anything close to what they said it did. I think what it comes down to is, like, a lot of genre titles, we just kind of know what they mean, but I don't think genre makes sense for video games, I think is what it comes down to. I think genre makes sense when it comes to movies and books, but I think using genre to explain a video game is just... it just doesn't work. Some do. Like platformer, for example. But that's the thing, is a lot of them don't explain the game in any way. Mike pointed out Metroidvania. What the fuck does that do to tell you what type of game it is? It doesn't do fucking anything at all. I just no damaged that section. That was pretty sweet. To someone who's never played a video game before, if they hear the term Metroidvania, they're gonna be like, what the fuck is... what kind of game is that? Because it doesn't explain it at all. I think it might be one of the very few, like, gatekeeper-y things that we do as gamers. Even though we don't do it intentionally to be gatekeeper-y, but it's still very, like, to people that aren't gamers, they're not gonna have any clue what we're talking about. Ooh. Doesn't hit it if you're not specifically facing that wall. I don't think I knew that. D-boost. Hey Steffrey, how's it going, by the way? I've always been confused by those terms and how they're used, so I'm really glad you stopped by tonight. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are confused by them, but they just don't talk about it. They're just like, they just take it as like, that's the way it is. Not me, that's not how we do things on this channel. Oh god, it's uncomfortable. Ooh. That's something I don't like about roguelike either. Because again, if you were to talk to somebody, and I think the best example here would be parents. If you were to go talk to your parent and say, hey, I found this really cool roguelike game, they're gonna look at you like you're speaking another language. They're gonna be like, what the fuck does that mean? And then you're gonna be like, it's like a... Even if you go with the definition, you're going to be like, it's a game that's like the game Rogue. That still doesn't mean fucking anything to them. They're still gonna be like, okay? And? What does that mean? So therefore, it's a stupid genre title. It's a... And gamers do this a lot. People on the internet do this a lot. We abbreviate things to a point where we gotta save time, right? We gotta save time doing everything. We got gold split life. And then people don't know what the fuck we're talking about because we abbreviate everything. So did we really save time? At the end of the day? X. Switch off. Thank you. You can actually die to that ladder, and I'm waiting for it to happen in the middle of a run. It's gonna happen sooner or later. Because of the way those platforms work when they, like, phase into existence, those can crush you and kill you. Oh no, I haven't done that in a while. I remember a couple years ago, actually, people were trying to say, we should make Mega Man-like into a genre title, and I was like, please no. Just call it fucking Run and Gun, or Jump and Shoot. That tells you what type of game it is, right? It tells you what you're going to be doing. Mega Man-like doesn't fucking tell you anything. Let's think towards the future, and what, like, explaining this to new people is going to be like. For some reason, he wasn't... I came to the wrong stage. Okie dokie. I came to the wrong stage. I'm not sure how that happened. Who noticed? Who noticed and we were just waiting to see how long it took me to notice? The answer was the boss. When as soon as I realized I couldn't charge my weapons. that was exactly the moment when. I was like, oh. I fucked up. It's okay, that wasn't that good of a run anyway. I guess it was not bad. I died on Dragoon, that sucks, but... Wait, parents understand video games? If we present them in a manner that is understandable, then yes. They can. It's capable. It's a possibility. What it comes down to is that genre is just another lingo. It's another thing that makes people go, what does that mean? Not even really sure what the nuances are between Metroid and Castlevania. Metroid's a ranged game where you have a gun, and Castlevania is a melee game where you have a melee weapon, for the most part. That's how I separate them. They're both side-scrolling, exploration-based games where you have to find upgrades and return to earlier areas once you have those upgrades to find new things, except for the earlier Castlevanias, where they were just kind of like side-scrolling platforming challenges. Volpe sounds like his profile pic. Yeah, what does that mean? What are you into? Video games? Oh, like Call of Duty? No, mostly RPGs. Oh, like The Sims? Actual conversation I've had. Honestly, you could wrap that up with, like, Pokemon. Except most people probably don't... Like, people who aren't gamers probably don't understand what Pokemon is at all. So, that also probably doesn't work. I think Metroidvania mostly explains, like I said, that side-scrolling, platforming, exploration-based game. Upgrade-based progression. Yeah, like Scarlet's a pinnacle of human art. I think I see the mistake you made there, Harv, but I got what you were saying. I understand what you were saying. That's how I started out, where I said, like, for the most part, platformer, you kind of know what that means, right? Puzzle games. I feel like that's not great either, because I look at all games as puzzle games. Like, it's all just... They're not puzzles, but it's problem solving. Every game presents you with a problem, presents you with a toolkit, and then presents you with a problem that you have to solve using that toolkit. It's a puzzle. That's why I hate backseating, because that's part of the experience to me. And yeah, racing's a good one, like you pointed out. Because yeah, it's explanatory. You immediately know what it is. And there's so many genre names that are not self-explanatory. Or they are to us because we've been using them for so long that we just kind of know what they mean. But then when you look at it from outside of that vacuum, and you're like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. And if somebody asks you what it means and you explain it, that's when you start to realize, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Like role-playing game. This is a role-playing game. I'm not a super fighting robot. I'm not a Maverick Hunter. I'm playing the role of Mega Man. By definition, that's what role-playing game... And it is a game. By definition, that fits. But that's not what role-playing game means. I feel like horror games would be another good one that would, like, you just kind of immediately know what that is, right? Okay. Let's not pick the wrong fucking stage this time. How's that sound? I don't know the Zero route. I haven't studied it. So unfortunately, I can't. I could do an impromptu Zero run, but it's not going to be impressive. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. I mostly just want to look at boss fights with Zero to understand how to do some of them quickly. Because, like, General, the really big guy, fighting him with Zero is a fucking pain in the ass. Like, that's probably one of the worst boss fights in Mega Man history, is doing General with Zero. There has to be an easy way to do it, though. Oh my goodness. That's why I actually like that Fire Emblem is like a tactical, like, strategy game, because that, I feel like that explains it to a point. Like, you might not immediately hear it and think, oh, I know what type of game that is, but it also it still explains, like, the mindset you need to play it, I guess. It's more of a slow-paced thought game. That's true, Guy. There's action, there's multiple types of horror, but still, that actually explains something about the game, right? I actually really like how Steam has, like, a tag system for games now. So you don't just see the genre, you also see other things that might tell you, like, oh. It kind of clues you into what you're looking at. They've had that tag system for a while, but you know what I mean. That's true. Horror is more of a theme than a game mechanic. It's a Scooby-Doonia. Yeah, like, I mean, I would classify it because it has, like, the gameplay mechanics of a game. Like, it's funny how, like, Luigi's Mansion is actually very much like Resident Evil in multiple ways. I remember explaining it to people like that. Like, when 3 was coming out and people were like, what type of game is Luigi's Mansion? I was like, it's like Resident Evil except the cartoon. Like, I feel like that's actually very accurate. It even has cumbersome controls like Resident Evil. Yeah, it's ridiculously accurate, actually. It's not quite tank controls, but it's still like... Well, no, it kinda is, I guess. It's like practically a dual stick game. Okay. You know what I should start doing? This. Why am I not? It's better than dying, right? Why did I only just now think of that? That's a really good safety strat. Shit. I'm upset with myself for not thinking of that sooner. Like, oh, I'm gonna die? Just jump back in the mech, dude. Like... Sure, it's slow, but it's not dying. Oh, goddamn. Even has to fucking take him out back and bury him alive for some controls. It was funny that was abruptly, like... You could hear Eno's thoughts where he was like, man, fuck those tank controls. Just so abruptly. Whoops. I always veered to the right too quickly there. I think maybe for September we'll do, for the start music and the break music, we'll do this and Jungle Joyride to highlight how similar they sound. The two people that have played Sonic Unleashed know what I'm talking about.
Ready.
Oh, that's fair. I love those little optimizations, like launching that from below so that it destroys it by the time you get up there. Hey Coulter, how's it going? Oh man. Oh no. That does so much damage, dude. by a Fall Guys game with a hacker had the fly mod on. I mentioned earlier, I'm really curious to know, like, how often do PC players actually see hackers? Started your Nuzlocke because you weren't following the rules very well, and as punishment, you put the game on hard mode and took Chikorita. That's a pretty severe punishment for sure. I'm a little sad that I dropped my Fire Red because I crossed that path of, well, I can either break the rules or I can just say that I lost. And I decided to just say that I lost, which was a shame because I was having fun with it. That's how it's supposed to go. They've said they haven't even started on a Switch version yet, so yeah, there's no way that's accurate. I didn't trust that first one. But yeah, I think they confirmed they're working on cross-platform first. Which hopefully is something you'll be able to disable if PC hackers are really that fucking common. Like, I don't even want crossplay if that's something I'm gonna have to deal with. Ooh, boy. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? I actually have to... So here's something completely random, Eno. And I'm probably... I think I know the answer to this. Do you still have Weenusoft just lying around? I very abruptly realized... At first I was like, I don't need Weenusoft anymore. I can use my Switch Pro Controller for everything. Switch Pro Controller doesn't work with emulators. So... That was one of the... I legitimately didn't feel great 2 Fridays ago. So that was the big reason we didn't do the Nuzlocke. But the other reason was, I don't have the controller set up yet. And I didn't want to play it on keyboard. And of course, I didn't even try to look for it with my week off. I was like, nah, I'll worry about it later. So now I gotta get it worked out by tomorrow. Or just decide to play something else, which I'd rather not do. I'd rather get back to the Nuzlocke. That's clean as fuck fight. It was super clean. Yeah, I tried to Google Weenusoft and I couldn't find it. All the download links were, like, expired. And it wasn't there anymore, and I was like, uh-oh. That's a bit of an issue. Yeah, I think they said that they want to bring it to Switch, it's just not their priority right now. Yeah, Bayleaf is Chikorita's first evolution. But it's Chikorita, so no one ever uses it. Is the punchline there. Damn, I actually went way too fast here. I was ahead of the cycle. I wonder if there's like a strat for that. Like, what do you do if you wind up ahead of the cycle? What hit me? That was weird. Hey, look, I actually remembered to switch to the weapon early this time. How'd the break feel? I actually got sick yesterday, which really sucked, but aside from that, it was fantastic. There we go. Yeah, it was really nice to just, like, disable my responsibility circuits for, like, a week. Just not have to worry about anything. Turned my alarm off and just was like, I'll wake up when I damn well please and do what I want to do. I'll definitely be doing it again next GDQ if I don't decide to invent a reason to do it 4 times a year instead of twice a year. Which I might do, because I got a lot of artwork done, and that was really satisfying. Which, hey, we might try to get art streams going in the future, because I think I have the power to do it now. It was something I was always worried about before. I didn't think I had the, like, computer power to do it. Pretty sure I can do it now. Because you guys saw that I posted on Twitter earlier. That was all one file. And I basically did them the same way I do the artwork that was down in the corner of the stream, right? Guess it's over that way. I basically did it the same way I did that. On my old computer, I was only able to do like 4 or 5 of those in one file before it was like, okay, overloading on, like, we got way too much shit going on right now. I did all 28 of those in one file, and Adobe was like, we got this. You got more fucking RAM than you'll ever need to know what to do with, so we got this. I should not have gone for that charge shot. That was really stupid. But oh well. So yeah, I think I have the power now that I could probably capture it without any issues. Now the issue is just I have to decide what to do on an art stream. I was talking to Seven about this because she's been doing the same thing with, like, she does like the crochet streams, and I was like, you kind of gotta have a project ready and in mind, right? You can't just start a stream and be like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, you gotta kind of be prepared for that, so I have to think of stuff to do before I potentially do it. I think I have some pretty good ideas, but don't want to make any promises, I guess is what I'm getting at. It's something I would like to do, it's just gotta get everything to line up. Oh no. There you go. Cat or knee, that was insane. It was so stupid. But it was great. I was actually in the Samus was the last character I drew. I was working on her when Cat or knee happened. I don't even remember how they came up with the idea of Cat or knee. I don't know, it was crazy though. My favorite part was when they Dynamaxed Wailord to beat Leon. That was amazing. Especially because it was, like, totally impromptu. Wasn't even a part of the route. They were just like, let's just do this. It'll be funny. I was crying. I was laughing so hard. So for some context on that, this was in the Pokemon Shield run, of course. That was a dangerous dash. I couldn't have done that. And, like, when they started the run, they said something about if GDQ hits $2 million raised, while we're running this, we'll also go run Isle of Armor DLC. And we'll speedrun that as well. We'll just add that to the run, like, whenever that gets met. So it got met, like, right before the Elite Four. Quote-unquote Elite Four, because Sword and Shield kind of doesn't have one. So after they got Eternatus, they went and did Isle of Armor. And then they said something else about, like, if you guys hit, like, 2.3 million before we finish Isle of Armor, we'll go try to catch that level 80 Wailord that's in the distance. Even though it's going to be borderline impossible, because apparently Sword and Shield has a mechanic where... I can't believe I fucked that up. Where Pokemon are just harder to catch when they're higher level. Not only impossible in some cases because of the badges, but their capture rates are higher. And they just happened to be able to catch it. Like, they just happened to get it. So then they took it with them to fight Leon at the end of the game. And sent it out against Charizard and Dynamaxed it, like, just for shits and giggles. And it was spectacular. And his name was Caternies. Because of course it was. Ooh. I gotta work on that. Scarlet, what are you talking about? Do I want to know? I probably don't want to know, do I? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Another really hype moment to check out with GDQ, if anyone's planning on doing that. In the Sonic 3 run, he does one of the special stages backwards. That was pretty fucking crazy. And he basically did it just to swag, because he wanted it to just be fucking impressive. It wasn't even, like, faster. He was just like, I want this to be as ridiculous as possible. Because I think they said it was the first time they'd ever done all Emeralds at GDQ. Usually they do Sonic 3 and it's just beat the game. So he tried to make it as swag as possible, and that included doing one of the Blue Spheres stages backwards. And when I say backwards, I don't mean he turned around and did it in reverse. I mean he was running backwards the entire time. Like, he started it, hit a bouncy thing, so that he was running backwards, and then did the whole thing like that. Yeah, they said something, like, during the run, where they were like... They basically said, like, you artists out there, draw Caternies for us. And then one of them said, like, I don't want to see that. Yes, I do. So, of course, a bunch of people drew it. I hate this stage, honestly. Whoops. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. There we go. I think I have to wait for that second piston to come out and then release it. Go work on that a little bit more. Also, I keep saying I'm gonna, like, talk about the run and be like, here's some of the tech I'm doing, and then I never do it. So someone wanna, like, back me up on this one? Scarlet, Mike, you might know. This upcoming heart tank, I could have sworn this heart tank was inside the train, and you had to destroy the train to get it. Like, that's how I always remember it, is that you had to get this mech to get this heart tank. But it's just sitting there. It's just sitting there. Is that like a Legacy Collection error? Oh god, get me out of here. Or am I just incorrectly remembering it? It might actually be a better idea to not get the mech there as a result. That might be a... If that's a Legacy Collection change. Oh no. Okay, that was messy, but... You also remember having to open the train? I wonder if that's just a Legacy Collection error. Huh. Ooh, I goofed. It's alright though. Might have always been up there, but you always barreled through the mech and never noticed. Yeah, I feel like that's possible. I'd be curious to know. That would be really weird if it was just sitting there. Because other heart tanks aren't just sitting there. They're like... You have to do something fancy, right? And then this one's just kind of there. It's odd.
Ready.
I should probably watch some more runs of this game. I only watched 2. One was a GDQ run that was actually not very good. Like, the commentary wasn't good. Which is the big reason why I would watch that over, like, someone on, like, the leaderboards, because then you get the commentary explaining all these different tricks. And then I watched, like, the guy in second, I think? Because the guy in first was a Japanese player, so there's no commentary. And I was like, I want some kind of commentary, at least. Help me understand what I am seeing. Oh my, I completely overshot it. That was different. You've got to be shitting me. Fucking sniped by the... Can you imagine being on world record pace and getting sniped by that fucking comet of all things? It's a good point. COVID probably has affected the dating scene a lot. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Was the first question. Yes. It's something between... It's something sandwiched between bread. So yes. If Jill sandwich is a sandwich, then a hot dog's a sandwich. That's my take. Why do they call it a sandwich? Where'd that name come from? That's what I want to know. That's the big question I'm asking. No one else is asking it, but I got the balls to ask it. It's fine. God, that was ugly. I'm sure it's like some Latin origin, right? That's always what it is. So I think what you have to do is you have to specifically land on, like, the left edge of this platform. And then that just breaks the trigger. I don't know. I'm getting better at it, though, so that's neat. Anything that has bread on it's technically a sandwich? No! No, pizza isn't a sandwich. And there's bread in that. Unless you fold it in half, and then suddenly it's a sandwich. It has to be sandwiched between something. You know? You dig? That was clean. And I know what you're thinking. Are tacos a sandwich, then? No. Because they're not sandwiched between bread. Unless it's a flour tortilla, and then it's probably kind of close to bread. You bring up a good point, Self. It really makes me sad that they don't use the moonshot in this run. Like, the moonshot's so fun. But hey, if it's bad, I guess. Uh-oh. Was afraid that was gonna happen. Boink. Whatever, dude. I keep looking at chat and then missing splits. Even though I should be able to do it with an audio cue, no problem at all. Krabby's not a good choice for a water type in Gen 2? No, not until Gen 4. Oh god, Mike. There's one I never really needed to have it be a thought in my head. So, thank you. I guess. Do 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 do. Oh, X. Don't. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I knew I should have redirected there a little bit. Oh, what am I doing? I'm probably gonna lose this and have to die and redo it. Oh, man! I have such strong regrets. This was shaping up to be such a good run. And now I have to redo the stage. And there's, like, nowhere to die here. I should have turned around, but I was so confident. I was like, nah, I can make it. This is fine. God, that's really unfortunate. I don't even want to think about how much time I just lost. Why can't these balls, like, instant kill? With nipples could be a Pokemon. They have had some pretty weird ideas, you're not wrong. Alright, so I'm banking on the fact that it's probably fastest to beat Cyber Peacock and then redo the stage. If I only had one life, I probably would have let myself die, but... I mean, I do have one life, but I'm not on my last life. You follow? I'm out of ammo? How the shit did I do that? Yikes. Alright, so I'm not even going to split here, because I'm going to wait until I get the armor and exit. We probably just lost that whole minute and a half that I had that whole lead I had. That's really unfortunate. I don't even have to do these first ones, but that's okay. Might as, like, there's no, like, fast way to fail them, so I might as well just do it, right? Oh, actually, it would be fast. Would it be? I think it would have actually been faster to fail that one, because then I wouldn't have had to go through that extra room. The rest of these... This one, probably not. Where the hell is that one coming from? Okay. Oh no. I hate those two. Oh god, that was such a pile of misfortune. Yeah, it was a full minute and a half lost. I've eaten just tortilla. I wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, sometimes you're hungry and you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
I've been waiting to fight with you.
You fucking... Energy Williker. Oh, I was not close enough. I have shame. Oh no. That wasn't close enough! Get the fuck out of here. That was disgusting. I didn't have to be high or depressed to eat a plain tortilla. I just had to be hungry. Like I said, sometimes you hungry, there are no groceries, you gotta do what you gotta do. Is it better than dyeing your hair red for that reason? I feel like that's... I don't think that is better.
I'm so anxious to rip.
Keep in mind he said... Well, I guess corn tortillas don't have to be crunchy. I was gonna say, keep in mind how uncomfortable it would be to wear crunchy tortilla. Probably be uncomfortable to wear tortilla in general, but, you know. God, that's such a kill him before he kills you fight. He's a YouTuber? Not anymore, he's not. I should just damage boost through all this stuff. They give you full health. Duh. Duh. Whoops.
My fate is sealed. I have no choice.
That's a really silly line. I don't know why I think it's so silly. Just the way he, like, emphasizes it. It's very silly. You must stay off the wall when he's not there because it's just going to encourage him to do this. I think this is mostly RNG, but you can kind of manipulate what he does. A little bit, I think. It feels like it, anyway. Also, you don't want to be behind him when he does this, because then there's nowhere to dodge. If it wasn't obvious that those things home in on you. It's still nice and clean, though. Also, my chair is broken. I have no seat. Accurate. Man, that was almost a big time save, but you had to fucking talk. Jerk. I think no statement proves more that Sarah is not paying attention to the game that's being played than that. I kind of wish Dragoon had dialogue here, since he's the only one that's like, he didn't go Maverick. Like, he just wants a fucking challenge. He just wants to fight. Sigma was like, hey, you want to be evil? And he was like, do I get to fight X? And he was like, yes. And he was like, I'm in. So I kind of feel like his rematch should have, like, a little bit extra to it. Get lost. Yeah, but do you not even have audio on? Like, because I commented on it. And you still seem to think that Scarlet just pulled that quote out of nowhere. Yes, Volpe, we get it. Every single time Dragoon has shown up. He's like, oh, I get it. Oh, man. You know what? I get it. I've been there. I've been there. When I was watching the Pulse Man run at GDQ, I legit, like, wanted to go back in time. I had to watch it on VOD, so I wasn't watching it live. I wanted to go back in time just so I could donate and be like, you guys know that Game Freak made this, right? And that there's Pokemon references everywhere. Or rather, Pokemon references Pulse Man multiple times. Just because I wanted to share that knowledge with the world. I was very grateful when they actually said something about it. They were like, oh yeah, by the way, the Voltecker is basically what inspired Volt Tackle. I was like, thank you. Thank you. They didn't mention the music, though. They didn't mention the music. The first stage in that game is Barry's theme from 4th Gen. Or rather, it became Barry's theme. Yeah, it's Iris. We don't see her in this run. Because you don't see her as X, like, ever. We got double instead. Who gave us the delight that is Beaver Slash. She does make that face a lot. That's basically what her face is all the time. She's not Zero's girlfriend. I think that's like a common misconception, right? A lot of people just assume that that's the case, but there's like barely anything there. I don't want to spoil it. Although even if I do a Zero playthrough, or a Zero speedrun, we're not going to see any of the cutscenes. So what's the point, right? She's what Zero's fighting for until he isn't, then he doesn't know what he's fighting for. Kind of, but I also feel like she's more of a representation of what he's fighting for. It's not her in particular, it's not love that he's fighting for, it's not women, it's just, he looks at her as, she's like a civilian, right? She's not wrapped up in any of this nonsense, and yet he can't save her. And that's what he's like, what the fuck am I fighting for if I can't save anybody? Like, what's the point? That's how I always read it, at least. But then, yeah, most people are just like, he wants to tap that. Tap is what we called it in the 90s. I don't think people call it that anymore. So throw that out there. Oh, this is a nightmare. It is time to get serious. Thank you, X. Thank you for reminding me. No, not like this! That was an ugly fight. I'm gonna sneak this. I forget whose fight this is. I know the top one is Spider, but... There's never been a female Maverick. Does that bother anyone? It bothers me. But then I don't even know what Mavericks mean anymore. Is that like... It's arbitrary. Half of these guys aren't even Mavericks, so... This is where things start getting kind of blurry in that regard. Using Maverick in the sense of Robot Master is how I'm using it. There's never been, of the 8 bosses that you fight first in the games, out of the 8 games, there's never been any. Yeah, there were a bunch in Zero and ZX. I'm gonna try and do it this way. I think this might actually be faster. Oh, as long as I don't do that. Oh no. I hate when he gets you in that and then he fucking bodies you. Fucking Mega Man 4 looking ass. It's a little bit more arbitrary on the rematch, but like if he does that in the first fight, you take so much damage. too early. Oh, ooh, I don't feel like this is much faster. How did that not hit him? Whatever. We're fine. Hey, Ferran, how's it going? Let's remember to split this time. How's that sound? Can't tell how far ahead I am because I forgot to split last time. Yeah, they never show any X characters without their helmets, so we can only assume on that there's more hair, because that's just not a thing they ever show. Maybe they do in like the mangas or something, but
Prepare to become space dust.
I don't think I've ever heard him use that line on Phase 1. Interesting. Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, thank you for asking. Whoops, I'm bad. She's not a Maverick, is what about Splash Woman. I'm talking specifically the X Games. I can't complain, Fran. I had a nice week off. I was all primed and ready to get back into it. These runs have been kind of good, but also not great. It's a bit of a mix.
You are finished.
But still fun. I really like this game. How's your Fall Guys matches been going? Are you still hardcore hooked on that? I actually haven't played it in like a week. You are a jerk. Well, this is unfortunate. I keep menuing the wrong way for the weapons. I don't know why I can't, like, get that in my head. That's fine. That's also fine. Man. Oh no. That did a lot of damage, and now we need one of these. So that we don't die again. And throw the run the last possible second. That was close. Okay, we're fine. As you can tell, I don't like that attack option because it means I can't get more hits in on him. But on the other hand, it means we can kill this asshole first, which is kind of fantastic. Because he's the worst of the two, in my opinion. You are a jerk. You're being such a Sigma. Like, you really are. There we go. Damn, that was like... Where did I lose time there? I mean, I feel like I should have at least broken even. Oh yeah, I saw that they're previewing Season 2 soon. I guess I lost time on the rematches? Maybe doing Spider Buster only wasn't a great idea. Man, I was really hopeful we could get sub-hour tonight. Looks like it's gonna have to wait until next week. And yeah, it's kind of a mix, because it was only a week off from streaming, right? And then I basically drew so goddamn much that my hand is now killing me. and is very angry with me. So, it was exhausting in other ways, but it was a very satisfying exhausting, because it was all like, nothing was scheduled. I was able to just do whatever the fuck.
Go home and rest. You've earned it.
But Zero,
But halfway through the week, I was still like, I'm ready to start streaming again.
Don't ask such a silly question. I'm breaking contact now.
wait, Zero! I'm serious.
I'm actually going to drop this again, because I know Ferran might be interested in seeing this. And if anyone else didn't check it out earlier, that's what I worked on all week as I was watching GDQ.
Ridiculous. Now hurry on back.
Also kinda...
Zero.
It's kinda stress testing the new computer to see what Adobe was capable of. With 4 times as much RAM as I'm used to working with. And it passed with flying colors, which was pretty fantastic. What's on Iris's head? It's a beret. All of the Repliforce characters wear berets. Like, you can see Web Spider wears one too. I think Storm Owl does. Stingray does. I think there's another one that has a beret, but I don't remember who. Yes, Volpe, it's hair. He has yellow. He has blonde hair. That is absolutely what it is. I wish that, like, this music is, like, peaceful and everything, but I wish it was a little bit more, like, hype. I don't know. Good timing, because I need... My batteries are dying. Which makes sense, because I was also practicing this all week. On, like, day 1, I was like, I should pick up a new speedrun this week and get that ready, and then on Sunday we can debut it, and that'll be exciting, and I'm glad I did, because I do really like this game. I do really like X4. And I'm glad to, I'm glad that... I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. With Mega Man X1, I tried to speedrun that, and it wound up making me not like it as much. Whereas... this one, I think I like it more now that I've started speedrunning, which is good. Because I was worried that I was going to try to speedrun it, and then I was going to be like, this sucks. I hate it. Like, X1 was very... It brought out the flaws in the game to me, and made me just angry and grumpy, and I didn't like running it. A lot of it was because of the Hadoken, though. I'm semi-tempted to just do, like, Hadoken-less %, and just invent it, and be like, yeah, you can do stuff, but you don't have to worry about all your health management for the Hadokens, because that's a pain in the ass. Props for drawing. So most artists that became streamers don't draw anymore, very rarely or at all. Yeah, it's tough. I have a hard time finding the energy to do it. Especially, like, up until I got monetized, I was kind of like... I was still treating freelance illustration as, like, my main job. And then once I got monetized, I started thinking about this as my main job. And then it just became harder to find time to do it. This year's been pretty good. I managed to like find that drive again and start working on stuff. Yeah, The Secret of Mana Kid was actually the first one I did. Of those 28. He was the first one. Because that was the first run that I tuned into on GDQ. Like, when I woke up on Sunday, they were doing Secret of Mana at the time. So I started with that, and then I did King Knight, because that had happened earlier in the day. And then I did Kirby, because at that point Amazing Mirror was running. And then right before I went to sleep, they did Adventures of Lolo. So I threw that in there, too. To be fair, like, half of the characters there are very simple and took very little time to do. But then, some of them, like, Blaze and Jill and Samus and Cloud, King Knight, kind of, were like Midna. Midna was a fucking nightmare, but I'm happy with how she turned out, at least. But some of the more higher detail ones were kind of awful. It's my very first post on Twitter. Yeah, well, no. I created the Twitter way back when I created the channel, which was in, like, 2014, 2013. And at first, I had it linked up so that whenever I went live, YouTube would automatically post that I'm live onto Twitter, and you can't do that anymore, which I'm thankful for, because then when I started working on the channel again, I took one look at the Twitter and I was like, it's nothing but auto posts about streams going live. So I purged the entire thing. I was like, I'm just gonna kill it all. Because Twitter has an option to do that, to just destroy all of your posts. And I was like, just do that. Just start fresh. And then I just haven't done anything with it since then. Like, I got it cleaned out and just never started using it. It actually wasn't until Fall Guys, because then I started using it to follow their Twitter and keep up with stuff they're talking about. And then I started using it again. Yeah, I mean, they called him Randy when they were speedrunning it, but then they also called him Kid a lot for some reason, which I wasn't sure why they did that. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was their names in the remakes, not in the original. Maybe? I don't know. They ran the original at GDQ. Or no, you're talking about the spelling. I gotcha. Yeah, I should probably call it quits. We're at just about 6 hours. We can hang out for another couple minutes, and then we'll call it quits. Let me see if I have anybody live on that note. I probably don't, but I'll check anyway. I have one, but I have no idea what this game is. I've heard people talking about it lately, so I think I'm just gonna check that out on my own. Oh, look at Mega Harvey. He's got a Fall Guys victory compilation already. I haven't even done that yet. I thought about it. Especially after that one stream where, like, I got, like, 3 wins and View got 1 and Twain got 1, and, like, it was just a good run in general. Let me see. Drop more pixels for the end of the stream, first of all. That was always the name. It's just so they don't use the names in-game at all. Maybe that's why when they were running it, they didn't really refer to him as by name. Although the runner did point out, at one point, he said he'd played the remake too, and he likes it. Like, he thought it was good. And he said a lot of people don't like it, but he was like, I enjoy it. Which is really cool to hear. There was it's kind of funny because like a lot of fan bases have like a bad habit of stuff like this. Pokemon was another one where during the Pokemon runs they actually kept talking about how much they like Sword and Shield. They weren't just shitting on it the entire time and saying this game is like the worst Pokemon game ever made. They acknowledged the fact that a lot of the community does not like it, but they were like, we like it. We like a lot of it. It has a lot of character and charm. Like, there's a lot of stuff here we like. Which is just refreshing to hear. They didn't open it up and say, we're gonna speedrun the bad Pokemon game or anything weird like that. If anything, it sounded like Sun and Moon was the ones they didn't like. Although they did agree that Hop is pretty... They said Hop is even worse in the speedrun because you skip everything that Hop isn't there for. So Hop is just there constantly. I was like, that sounds terrible. Yeah, pixels are just a swag number, mostly. If we ever get around to, like, actually playing Smash again, there might be some things to do with them. But otherwise, yeah, they just kind of exist. So maybe, I think we're gonna do this again on Sunday. Up to 8 crowns. It's pretty good. It's not bad. I forget how many I have now. I think I have it set up so I spent all of the free crowns they gave me. So I actually have an accurate win count. I think it's like 13 or something. Like I said, I think I played it Monday night. And then I didn't play it. No, I played... What the fuck is the name of that game? Remnant? Remnant from the Ashes. They gave it away on the Epic Game Store last week. View told me about it. And I grabbed that and I started playing that throughout the week. And I was actually having a lot of fun with that. Although I didn't play too much. I've only put in like 4 hours or something like that. I was really focused on just drawing all week. And practicing this. I did like 7 runs of this or something to practice. Also, this intro is pretty cool. Alright, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to toss out there before we stop, but I don't think so. Let me do... I did pixels to catch up to likes. I did not do pixels for the end of the stream, so let's do that really quick. I do think we're going to skip the raid, because I don't really have too many targets. Like I said, I have 1, and I have no idea what this game is. I'm going to go check it out, but I don't know if I want to raid for something like that. Otherwise, the plan is to continue the Pokemon Nuzlocke tomorrow. Like I said earlier, I gotta get my controller figured out. Since I'm on a new computer. On my old computer, I had an app that let me use my Wii U Pro controller. So I used that for emulators and such. I can't find the app. Like, I can't find it again. So I have to track that down or figure out another controller I can use. At first, I figured I wouldn't need it. I would just use the Switch Pro controller, because you can use that with Steam. Can't use it with emulators, though. At least this emulator doesn't detect it correctly. So I might use, like, my Genesis mini controller or something. I don't know. I gotta figure that out tonight and figure out what we're doing. So ideally, we will continue the Nuzlocke tomorrow. Tuesday, we're gonna continue with Pokken Tournament. Wednesday, we're gonna be off, I think I'm doing something with Twain, but I don't know what. I need to poke him on Discord after that. He might still be lurking around now, but no point in trying to figure it out now. We can just do it after the fact. Thursday, Fall Guys. Friday will probably be more Pokken Tournament. That's what I have it as on the schedule. I might decide against that, and we might continue. We might pick Spyro back up and start Spyro 3, because I'm looking forward to doing that. So we'll see what I'm feeling like. Saturday off, and then yeah, Sunday we're probably gonna do this again. I might research the 0 route just for shits and giggles, just to do like a quick one and be like, just change a pace. But I really want to get sub-hour on this. I think I can totally do it. So I almost did it multiple times tonight. So yeah. All right, so I did Pixels. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It was good to see everybody again. I hope everybody had as good of a week as I did. And I'm definitely excited to get back into streaming. I mentioned at one point that like Thursday night was when I was kind of like, no, it was Wednesday night where I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna stream tomorrow. And I was like, oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm still off for another couple days. So, also might get to Horizon Zero Dawn soonish. I don't know why. I'm just very suddenly feeling like a game like that. I guess that probably won't be till after Spyro though. So, yeah, thank you all again for hanging out tonight. Fulfill Your Destiny and Flapper, thank you for the raids earlier. The double raid earlier. And everyone who came along on those raids and hung out for a little bit. And, yeah, like I said, we'll continue the Nuzlocke tomorrow, ideally. We might just do Pokken Tournament instead if I can't get a controller thing figured out. So, just to put that out there. Otherwise, I feel like I'm forgetting something. But I think that's it. So yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Take it easy. Where's my end screen? There it is.